mentorship with people like Alajimbai, who is also one of the known kora players from the Mandinka music. So it has been this kind of encounters that have shaped my music, you know. But I'm also admiring musicians, you know. When you listen to, by the age of 13, I was already aware of the music of the greater Africa, you know, people like Oliver Mtukuzi, people like Baba Mal, people like Yusundur, people like Ismailo. I used to follow what they're doing. So that's how I've learned about African music.
Africa, I love you daily. My home, I think about you every day. Africa, I love you daily.
I am motivated by folk life. Folk life is what we live. Because I'm a folk man, I want to talk about the everyday things, about the stories of our society, about the stories of our past, and about the future. For me, it's about today, yesterday, and the future. That is folk life. You know, creating music is mouth first. You know, sometimes you are inspired by the events in your life. Events in your life. Probably you have had a child, and the different artists. There is always the same reasons. You know, probably you're in love with somebody, then you want to make a love song. We have seen artists making music because they're divorced. So, but for me, it's all about the life events. You know, life events. It's about, like the song called Kabaka Yeka. It was inspired by the Kabaka of Uganda. Over 8 months ago, during lockdown, when the Kabaka first appeared in public and it didn't look so energetic, then I made that song, but I didn't release it until recently.
Wangala aikatunda kumakabaka.
It's all about the thing. Sometimes you can record a song because it's raining. Because in our culture, the Uganda, we have songs about even rain, songs about the sun, songs about drought, songs about hunting, songs about harvesting. So that is folk life. So music can be about anything. We have songs about baptism, songs about naming children, songs about twins. When somebody has twins, there's music for that. So we compose music according to what's happening in our lives. Yes, I believe in God, but I'll better say I believe in the supernatural realm, because probably God is part of that realm, but the world moves with a lot of forces, and probably God is one of those forces. So I'm a believer I'm a believer of that supernatural forces of the world, and God is one of them really. When you talk about spirituality and the way to relate to African music, it also connects to our instruments that we play as Africans. I am a master of the ndongo, actually one of the surviving masters of this generation, because I learned from the old generation who have all died. The late Sempeke, the late Ludovic, those were our masters to learn these instruments. So I'm one of the surviving masters of the ndongo, which is the bolaya. But the ndongo is a very special instrument because there are only also a few people who can make it in this country. Not every instrument maker can make the ndongo, and that makes it very spiritual. You know, like in the music of Europe, you can go to a shop and buy a guitar or and buy a piano, but that's not the same for African music. As an African musician, when you need an instrument, you contact a special instrument maker for that to make it for you, and that instrument will be peculiar to you. No one. It will be one prototype. No one else will have the same instrument like you in the world. It will be a different sound. You know, you can have two instruments with two musicians, but those instruments are totally different. They're not the same instruments, even if they look alike. The ndongo for Joel Sebunjo is not the ndongo for Dr. Sempeke. They're all unique, and for me that is spiritual. You know, when I play my instrument, I have an attachment to it that is spiritual. When somebody gives me another instrument, even if it's the same name, I don't relate because for me, it is natural that it's not my instrument. When I touch it, I feel it does not belong to me. And that is how spiritual African music is. You know, every instrument is unique. Every instrument has a different story. Every instrument has a different wood. Every instrument has a different language it speaks because it is heart to heart between the instrument and the player. And that is African music for you. And that is all over Africa. And if you go to West Africa, you know, the kora, not everybody makes a kora. There are particular families that make these instruments. When you go to South Africa, the mbira, the particular families which construct these mbiras. And I think that's the, even if it is drums, the djembe, or the ngoma, the particular makers of these instruments. It's not like anybody wake up and start carving wood to make a drum. No, there are special families that make this, and that is spiritual.
Without even realizing it. Because you can't heat the roots of a tree and not heat the tree. You can't heat your origin and not end up heating yourself. You can't heat Africa and not heat yourself.
Africa, I love you daily. My home, I think about you.
For a long time, I've had lots of dreams for collaboration, and I'm still dreaming to collaborate, but I know a lot of people that I want to work with, but probably it's not yet the time. And maybe I don't have the resources to make it happen, but we are in proximity by faith and by spirit. For a long time, I wanted to work with Mr. Moses Matov of the legendary Frigo from Uganda. And I thank God I've done that. You know, that is very good. I wanted to collaborate with Samite of Uganda, who is based in New York. He's a Ugandan, one of our legends. I did that. I wanted to collaborate with Sami Kasule from Uganda. Unfortunately, passed away a few days ago, and that didn't come to fruit. I want to collaborate with Alex Mukulu from Uganda. I love his music, and I know, God willing, that will happen. I want to collaborate with Youssou from Uganda, from Senegal. I've been on stage with Youssou in different festivals. Even this year, I'm going to be on stage with him, but I want to get that chance to record, to make a record with him, you know. There are many artists that I really want to work with. People like Baba Mal, I want to record with him. Already we are exchanging, you know, what we want to work on. Eric Wainaina from Kenya, I want to work with him. My sister Susanna Owiyo from Nairobi, we are in talks. She's one of the people I really wanted to work with for a long time. We almost did it, but then she lost the dad, then we had to. So there are many, I'm so much in love with a lot of African sounds, and I want to work with a lot of African musicians, really. One of the stages I really dream to be on is the WOMAD Festival, founded by Peter Gabriel, one of the legends of world music. I've never been to WOMAD, but I dream I'll be there sometime because WOMAD is really a big opportunity. But I've been on other big stages, like I've been to Sauti za Busara, one of our biggest stages in Africa, several times. I've been a very frequent, how do you call it? I've been a headliner there probably 4 times. I've been in the VFM in Morocco 2 times as headliner. I've played in many venues operated by the French Institute Network around Africa. Probably I've been to over 35 countries in Africa playing in those venues. I've done one of the biggest venues in Austria, which is the Pogian Bass. You know, I've done that once. I've done lots of places. You know, sometimes I forget, but I've been in many places spreading the news about African folk and about Ugandan folk. And we're still on the drive because every year there are new venues coming up, there are new programmers coming up, there are new festivals coming up, and we keep our eyes open, really. Today the way to go is digital. The first step is all my music that I've released is on all digital platforms. It's on Tidal, it is on Amazon Music, it is on Spotify, it is on iTunes. So digital, you'll find my music. And I have some albums available in stores around the world through distributors. So probably I have a big distribution in North America and the Benelux region of Europe, like Belgium, Luxembourg, a bit of Germany. So I have circulation there. So you can find some of my CDs in those leading stores of some of my past projects. I Speak Uganda is available in most of those stores, North America, USA, Canada, and parts of Europe. Heart of a Griot, which came out in 2010, is available in a lot of major world music stores. So you can find that. It's only United Slaves of Africa, which came out in 2019, that is available only through digital distribution. And also my new EP is going to be only digital distribution. So you just go on your phone and download that music and stream it and share it and get publishers to buy it. If you're making movies, yeah, we have good soundtracks. If you're making documentaries, you can use it as a soundtrack and pay us some money.
Thank you so much for joining this week's show, Doa Doa 2021. I hope you had some fun and got some inspiration. If you have any comment, please don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and leave your comment, or our Facebook page, Twitter, or Instagram. We'll definitely get back to you. We are very grateful, and until next week, I remain your host, Faizo Kiwewa from Bayimba and the Doa Doa team. Keep it Doa Doa 2021.
Take your place and have your way, Lord. All the glory and honor be unto you, Lord. It's such an honor just to worship you, Lord. Thank you for the life that you gave to me, Lord. I give you all the glory. The glory, Lord. Thank you, Father. How could you all? How I love to say your name in this music full of harmony. It fills my heart with happiness to say your name. What a wonder, what a joy to be. I'll sing you to the world around me. My lips rejoice to say your name, say your name. And when I die, my heart will go on singing you. It will go on singing you. I'll sing it to the world around me. My lips rejoice to say your name, say your name. Even when I die, my heart will still go on singing you. It will 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 go on singing you. My God is indescribable. His name is hallowed in the firmament. He's the Passover lamb to space and time. My God is indescribable. His name is hallowed in the firmament. He's the Passover lamb to space and time. But from the pages of my heart, let my worship begin but never ends. Oh, from the pages of my heart, let my worship begin but never ends. To the God of our flesh, He's my God, and His name is Yahweh. His name is Yahweh. Yahweh. He's my God, and His name is Yahweh. His name is Yahweh. Yahweh. You are my God, and your name is Yahweh. Your name is Yahweh. Yahweh. Your majesty revealed to all. Your love is so, so overwhelming. To your government there is no end. Your majesty revealed to all. Your love is so, so overwhelming. To your government there is no end. But from the pages of my heart, let my worship begin but never end. Oh, from the pages of my heart, let my worship begin but never ends. To the God of our flesh. From the pages of my heart, let my worship begin but never ends. Oh, Yahweh, Yahweh, His name is Yahweh. His name is Yahweh. Yahweh, oh, Yahweh. His name is Yahweh. Yeah, 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 yeah. He is my God. His name is Yahweh. Yeah, yeah, yo, yo. His name is Yahweh. Adonai, Yahweh. The lion and the lamb, the covenant keeping God. Your name is Yahweh. Yahweh, Yahweh. 'Cause I pledge my allegiance unto you, Holy Father. I pledge my allegiance unto you, Holy Father. As long as I live, I pledge my allegiance unto you, Holy Father. I pledge my allegiance unto you, Holy Father. Lord, I pledge my allegiance unto you, Holy Father. All I've come to say, Lord. Siano Mela, 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 oh 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 Mela. Thank you, Father. Give you all the praise, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Father. Give you thanks, Jesus. Hello, my name is Matthew. Yeah, my name is Matthew 77. They call me Matthew 77. My name is Matthew Ayeji. I am a worshiper, called and anointed by God into this office. And it's a pleasure always singing, worshiping God in my own way, in my own style. Because when I think of goodness and His faithfulness and all He's done, all I got to do is just to worship Him. I've got nothing more to do but just to lift my voice and worship to God. And today we are here to worship together. We're here to just give God glory together. I've been in this for years. I think since I grew up to know myself as a young boy, I started doing this for God, and He has never failed, I can tell you that. He never fails, He has never failed, and He will never fail. I proved Him faithful in all ways. He's always been there for me. Like the children of Israel, when they were faced with battles, God just told them, go ahead and just worship. You don't need to fight in this war. And that is exactly what happens to me. Anytime I find myself in the midst of a thing, all I do is lift up my voice and just say, God, thank you. So, we're going to go on a break. We'll come back briefly. Stay connected. Thank you.
You see, I think there's been a lot of growth and transformation. I appreciate the work national IT authorities doing, and also, of course, they come up with policies that people are supposed to comply with. You know, when it comes to IT, with cyber security, like I said, we have a layer of compliance and governance, whereby government will come up with policies and say, okay, we need you, each and every person should have at least a basic thing, which is antivirus on their devices. Because at the national level, they have what we call cyber threat intelligence, whereby I think UCC has a solution. Because I remember I was involved in that tender for procurement of a cyber threat intelligence solution, whereby we could be able to identify this is the new attack, it's coming from Russia, it's attacking our bank here, then they could be able to block that traffic at a national level. Well, the government is doing something. But then also, us as individuals, like I said, we need to also be vigilant. Because the government will not be able to understand which new VPN client has come up, or which new VPN solution has come up, probably because they will not know.
Yeah.
But for you, go ahead and download it and install it on your device. And then you trust transacting. You actually go to, then you say, oh, I was stolen money from my account. Oh, my information was stolen. Oh, I see nudes on social media. People steal nudes from people's devices and actually they ask for a pay.
Yeah.
Someone says, if you don't give me $100,000, I'm going to publish your nonsense on the cyberspace. You know? So people need to be vigilant. But of course, the government is also doing something.
It's a beautiful day in Kampala, Uganda, and this is House of Talent Television. My name is Atengi Manuel, and this is the Coffee Break Show, the show where we talk about everything that involves coffee, from the tree to the cup, like the baristas like to say it. And again, you can catch us on our social media handles at House of Talent Television Uganda. That's on our Facebook and on our Twitter. And you can also catch us on our website, houseoftalentug.com. Let us know what's happening on your part of the world. Is it daytime? Is it nighttime? Do you have your cup of coffee ready? Do you have your pen and paper ready? Because today we have two gentlemen in the house. Before, we have had guys who are baristas, guys who are very accomplished, people with brands, you know, but today we want to get to know from these guys who are students at Brew Plus what it takes to be a barista, basically from the beginning. So if you're out there wondering that you want to become a barista, you want to become a student of coffee, where do you start? How do you start? These guys are in the house to let you know how that's happening. Gentlemen, you're very welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
It's very good to have you guys at our House of Talent.
Okay.
Thank you for honoring our request to come here. To start off the show, okay, we want to know who you guys are, all right? I know part of who you guys are, but you know, there's someone out there seeing you guys for the first time wondering, okay, who are these good looking guys? You know, there must be some girls there wondering, who are these good looking guys seated there, you know? So I just want you guys to introduce yourselves. We'll start off with you, Simon. Who are you and what do you do?
Thank you very much, Emma. My name is Simon Oibi.
Yeah.
I'm a barista today. I think I joined barista school, to a barista school here in Kamoja.
Yeah.
And then that's how I came to join the coffee field.
Yeah.
It's amazing because I was doing something else very different from coffee. I didn't know about coffee completely.
Yeah.
I used to see coffee in the garden,
Yeah.
and I was wondering what coffee was exactly. So a friend of mine said, I've been so much pressurizing me because I wanted to go out there to look for, you know, some money, like any inquisitive man can be. Then he said, no, if you want to go, then I have something else that you can do.
Yeah.
Maybe if you want to go to the Middle East, so you can earn something a little bit more. Because if you just go as like, so many people go to the Middle East being as carriers and maybe cleaners and so on, and they just kept paying maybe a little bit of just a little money. But he said to me, no, you come, you go and learn barista, and then maybe you go and you're paid a little bit more. So that's how I came to join a barista school. Yeah, and up to now we are still learning. I'm still planning on how to, you know, but it's a little bit amazing journey so far. I find it interesting. I find it very interesting. Coffee is a very interesting field, although people so much don't know about coffee.
So a lot of people actually don't know about coffee, and it's interesting to hear your journey. Most of the guys I've had on the show actually ended up somewhere in the Middle East, you know, somewhere in Dubai, somewhere in Kuwait. So it seems like for Uganda, the place to go as a barista is in the Middle East. So that's where you want to make your money.
And I don't know why we keep going to the Middle East and we grow coffee here. I think that those people definitely don't even grow coffee. But people in Uganda who grow coffee don't know about coffee. And they don't even take coffee. This is something I've been asking myself severally. I don't know
And
why
that
it is.
That is why you're here. Those are some of the things we're going to discuss. You know,
Okay.
welcome to the show. And
Thank you.
Emma, my namesake, please.
Okay, my name is Emmanuel Kasinzi,
Yeah.
and I'm also training to be a barista. And let me first take you behind before I joined the barista school.
Yeah.
I was doing a diploma in culinary arts. So to make it simple, it's cooking. It's a cooking course.
Yeah.
So in the middle of my course, I had a friend who is a chef. He said, I can introduce you to a restaurant where I'm working so that you can also be practicing as you're studying.
Yeah.
So as I came to the restaurant, there was shortage of waiters. So my boss told me, a nice looking guy, I think before you go to the kitchen, you can first help me out and be serving.
Yeah.
Like for a month, when I get more waiters,
Yeah.
you will go to the kitchen. So I joined the waiters in the place. I start serving orders, cappuccinos, lattes. No. So I used to love the way our barista used to present his cups.
Yeah.
For example, one day he presented some nice coffee. It was a cappuccino, very nice, presented. And I asked him, how do you make this? He said, you go to a school and study.
Yeah.
So I used to love the passion he had. So I said one day I should learn this. So I kept on serving his orders. But I found out that most of the orders were according to the way he was feeling. You know, baristas present their cups according to the way they are feeling, according to the mood. In case he left home when he's sad, he's not happy, you will see the results in the cup. But when you see something beautiful, just know he's so happy.
Yeah.
So the passion he had and the love he used to put in the cup really encouraged me to join the school. Not until I got to learn about Isaac at the Pro Plus.
Yeah.
Then I came with some of my friends, so we are now doing the course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like how you say that, how a barista feels is how the cup will come out. I think it's the same with cooking. You're in culinary school.
Yeah.
Yes, how you feel basically is how the final product will be presented to you. Simon, you have something to say?
Yeah,
about
I
that?
was simply adding, I don't know how the feelings usually turn out our results, but even when, for example, one day I was a teacher, and then whenever a teacher comes to class, what they feel at home or what they have in feeling is what exactly they have to, they translate to the children.
Students.
When somebody feels bad back home, they will definitely come to class when they are mad.
True.
So I think it is something related to feelings.
Yeah. Feelings are very important in whatever you do in life, basically.
Yeah.
How you wake up in the morning and how you feel basically sets the tone for the day. If you wake up pissed off,
yeah, that's true.
your whole day basically is going to be like that. So, outside coffee, I believe you guys are passionate about other things.
Yeah.
Emma, what are you passionate about apart from coffee and culinary school? What else do you do? We had a guy here who he said he was passionate about Arsenal, even if Arsenal is losing like a problem now, So what else are you passionate about, Emma?
My passion is too weird. I'm really so passionate at. But let me phrase it in this way.
Yeah.
Me, I want to be a celebrity, and I think this is my first. This is my first achievement in my passion.
Yeah.
Because I have the chance, the camera. So I'm really so happy because even if after me learning the barista things, I have to take it on. On TV shows, YouTube channels. I need to be known around the world. So that's my passion.
If you're out there, you want to be like Emma, you want to be a superstar, you want to be a social media influencer, house of talent, will get you there. This is where you start, and from then on, you will be a superstar. All right, Peter. What about you? What do you do outside coffee?
My passion. Okay. I like music so much. I did music from O level to A level. Before I was thinking that I would become maybe a producer. Then I didn't go so much. I just ended in A level, and then I dropped because I had to look for life. I just grew up like myself. So I had to go to school. I went to school in GSS. So GSS groomed me to be, what I am now. So I started looking for life, and I had no money to, Then I also have to now start looking for the future, partner. And then I started just like that, and my dream just ended up. So Apparently, I've been doing food. We have a restaurant in Mukono. It's called Diana Food Spot, just along Kayunga Road. And then I like food so much. I did not go to, to the kitchen to learn how to cook, but I think I just have the passion. I taste food and I feel this is, good food. So even when I'm home, I feel like I must be the one cooking, not my wife, because I taste my food and I feel it good, So I think that's my passion. I have passion in food and music. All the time I'm always in music. My phone is always running out of battery because of music. Yeah. So I think that's my passion.
Well, it's good that we have a chef and someone who likes to eat.
Yeah.
So you guys definitely should sit one day he cooks, you eat. Yeah, but it's always good to know, what we do outside coffee, because life is big. It's a whole thing. I also sit here on media, but I also play basketball. So you really can't put your life in one perspective. You have to be a whole person. And I believe that with that kind of understanding, if in future you got someone, a customer who loves music, it would be easy for you to relate with them. If you met a chef who came, for you to serve them, it would be easy for you to connect with them. So it's always good to include, the whole of our lives into, coffee and the different things that we do. So Emma, what was the first thing you thought about coffee before you entered coffee? I remember for me, growing up, to us coffee was just kawa. The one you buy from the shop at 100 shillings, and you go pour in a hot cup, and that's it. That's what I thought about coffee before. But after a while, I started learning, there are baristas, there are roasters, and it just opened up my mind, to a lot of possibilities. So Emma, what did you think about coffee before you joined, the coffee school?
It's really so funny, but before I got to know more about coffee, I used to think that coffee is for the elderly men, because the way they sell coffee in the local way, there's where they tie it in their banana, are they banana leaves or what? I don't know.
Banana leaves, yes.
Yeah, they tie it in that banana leaf, so they used to tell me that it's the old guys to eat the coffee, so you have to go and buy. So I didn't know anything about coffee except that. Not until I got to learn more about coffee, that it's really so nice, and so it's rich of nutrients and a lot of other things.
What about you, Simon?
Yeah, it's funny knowing about coffee. Like you said, I used to know coffee like, a pack of 100 shillings, and then you put it in water. That's what I knew coffee was. Little did I know it's a broad field. It's really a very broad field that people don't know about. When a friend of mine introduced me to Brew Plus, that's when I started learning that, this is how coffee is. But why is it that we produce coffee here and just sell it when we don't take it here, we don't consume it here? So one time, when I had just started my training here, I went back to Uganda. And then I went to a hotel, a very established hotel. I will not mention its name. Then I wanted to see if I have people that know about coffee in hotels, because I knew probably big hotels serve coffee. So to my dismay is that I introduced myself as a barista, and everybody was like, "What's a barista?" So I said, a barista is a specialist that makes coffee, a person who makes coffee for people to, coffee like, cappuccino, different kinds of, coffees, and people were like very green. I said, this is a big hotel. I expected to find here a coffee machine, and nobody knows about it. So it's, I think, incumbent of us to really transform this entire community, the entire country, to coffee, to learn about coffee, and also to give them the advantages of coffee, teach them about coffee, and then later on they maybe consume it, rather than just selling it. Because there are so many jobs related to coffee. As a barista, people don't know how much a barista earns. There are few baristas, very, very few, and there are so much in a want. People want baristas, and they are not there. So I think that it's time that maybe the coffee, the government starts picking up coffee, maybe start serving in maybe government offices, and you know, that's how coffee maybe would graduate to maybe even homes.
Yeah.
Because when you start using coffee in the office, definitely you'll transfer the idea to home.
Yeah.
And say, no, I must have coffee at home.
Yeah.
So that's how people maybe will start using coffee.
Yeah.
But we cannot just sell coffee and we don't take it.
True. You know, Uganda is predominantly a tea country. You know, we take a lot of tea, and people really haven't, you know, gotten into the whole coffee thing. It's looked at as coffee is for, you know, the high class people, the white people who come to Uganda. Yet, you know, even a person at their homes, coffee is a basic thing. You can actually brew coffee at your home, you know, with very, like, the apparatus like the one we want to use after, you know, to brew some coffee. Let's take it back a bit. Emma, what was your first day in class like? You know, sat in class and basta coffee, talk about coffee machines, you know, what was your first experience like, you know, that first day of class?
You know, Isaac always tells us that what you expected and what was presented. So when we were reporting for the training, I used to think that you're going to be learning how to make flowers every day. You know, those flowers they put on the cappuccino, being on the machine every time. Not until I got to know that you have to learn how to plant coffee, how coffee is harvested, the different methods that coffee undergoes. You know, it is really something so wide, and are just baristas to make money, but not experts, not professional baristas, not baristas that can come out of their stations to come and express to the customers why the taste of the coffee has changed. Why is this coffee today tasting differently? For them, they know how. So long as you know how to put the flour on the cappuccino, you are a barista. You know. But now, at least now, I know that. I know more about being a barista.
Now, you know, it's a way bigger thing. It's not just
something way
serving coffee.
bigger.
Because anyone else can serve coffee, you know, but there's a level of professionalism that you have to put into this. Simon Peter, I won't ask you the same question because I know you started way before him. But in a class, basically, I believe that for your groups, you're either 5 or less, okay? And there are very many different, you know, characters in a class. Okay, everyone is different, you know, and being in that, at the end of the day, all of you become good baristas because everyone learns at a different pace. Okay, you might have someone who's better at the theory part, you might have someone who's better at the machines. Okay, so how are you working together with the people in your class to ensure that at the end of the day, all of you are very good baristas?
Okay, maybe to start with my first day, I want to add in my first day, and when we came to class, Isaac served us coffee. To me, I had not taken coffee that much, and when he served coffee, it was very concentrated coffee, and I tasted it and I felt bad, so I asked for sugar. I said, no, but you add some sugar because really I'm not feeling it. You know, so it's a funny taste that you get used to gradually. So we were like 7 in a class. We had some girls, 3 girls, and then 4 boys. And we would help each other every other time. We help each other, we take notes and read, and then in the morning when we come, we discuss. And then even when we are doing the latte art, we help each other. Please, you have to steam like this, maybe with the espresso machine. You have to steam very well, and then you make the latte art. You know, you help each other. That's how we cope up to help each other. You know, at the end of the day, you become a good barista. And many times they tell us that those people in the Middle East simply want you to have the latte art. But of course, the knowledge, the coffee knowledge is very much important. And many people have gone to the Middle East to make money, and also Europe, but they have no coffee knowledge. So Coffee Brew Plus has really given us the opportunity to learn about the coffee and also get more about coffee.
All right. Before we get into a break, Emmanuel, you said you were working in a restaurant, and you know, the chef saw you as a good-looking guy, and he's like, you know what, go serve, you know, go be a waiter. Okay. How important are your looks? Okay, when it comes to being a barista, you know, it might not only be the way you look, you know, facially, but the way you organize yourself, the way you dress, you know. How important is that in making a barista?
Your looks and the way you dress and the way you do your things is really so important in being a barista.
Yeah.
Because this is a technical what? Process.
Yeah.
You have to be someone that is really so clean, someone that is so smart. You don't have to just go get cups anywhere and you serve.
Yeah.
You know, Isaac always tells us that you must first preheat your cup before presenting your coffee.
Yeah.
But you find out that some of the baristas, before presenting your coffee, you just go, you wash the cup, you rinse it there in water, dry up and give what?
The customer.
And serve the some just even go and pick from the store and put.
Yeah.
That's why you find cases where there are cockroaches in the coffee. So you have to be someone that is really so clean and organized, so that you can produce clean products.
Interesting.
Yeah.
To add on, Emma, is that I happen to be also in the restaurant. But usually the looks is what gives the person taking your drink or even taking your food the appetite.
Yeah.
When you're serving a customer, first of all, they will look at how you presented yourself, how you are. So that's why you find that many restaurants would look for very cute girls to serve, because the appetite comes when you look at the person. Oh, this is a nice person, and the look of what you're serving as well.
True.
So it's about how you present yourself. So that's very important, Emma. It's really important that his looks are,
Yeah, true. Well, if you just tuned in, this is the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. In the house, I have Emmanuel and Simon Peter with me, students at Brew Plus studying to become baristas and something big in the coffee industry. My name is Ateng Emmanuel, and it's good to have you guys watching. We'll take a break right now, but we'll be right back discussing the perspectives of students in the coffee business. Stay right there. This is House of Talent Television. Welcome back to the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Ateng Emmanuel, and with me in the studio, Emmanuel, my namesake, and Simon Peter from Brew Plus. These guys are students who are starting to become baristas. And before we left off, we're just basically discussing who they are, what they do, what drew them into the coffee business. And coming back, we're going to discuss their perspectives on the coffee business. What did they think? What do they want to do? What do they want to achieve? Peter, I'll go to you first. You told us who you are, what you do, where you started, your first day. You actually didn't like the cup of coffee you were served, but after some time, the test started. getting to you. So we just want to know, because coffee is a process. You know,
Yes.
the baristas always say it's from the tree to the cup. Okay, I believe that is one of the first things you actually study in barista school.
Yes.
So for the people out there who do not understand what is the tree part, I believe that is planting. Okay, so if you could just take us through the planting process. I have a seed, I need this seed to grow. Okay, what do I do with it?
Initially, I just thought that the seeds just, you just find a plant that is just there and it will just give, coffee seeds.
Yeah.
But little did I know that, you have the dry coffee seeds and then you make a nursery bed, and then for a certain period of time, like when the seedlings are mature enough is when the replanting, you plant them to the garden. So that's how the coffee planting process is. The seedlings, from the seed to the seedlings, and then to the garden to become now big plants. So one time I was in class, and then someone was telling us that for you to become a good coffee farmer, it's basically if you start as a barista, you can start a farm and become a very good coffee farmer. The reason as to why we produce very bad coffee here in Uganda is that people don't taste their coffee. But when you know the taste of the coffee, you can easily go back to the garden and produce very nice coffee. But people are after money. They just grow coffee, pick it, and then after picking the coffee, they just put it anywhere and then take it to the market for selling. It's not like that. The coffee must really have to take a very good process to reach to the final consumer who is taking it in the cup. Because what happens in the garden is what a person in the cup is going to have. So that is how coffee is. It's from, although it's a very long process, people are really very impatient with the coffee because it takes quite long, like 3 to 5 years for the coffee to really become the coffee we know.
Yes.
So to add on a little on what he's saying, the process through which coffee undergoes affects the price and the quality of the coffee at the end. So one day I was trying to search on the different varieties of coffees that we have in the world, and I was able to find out that Black Ivory is the most expensive coffee. So I kept on wondering, how is Black Ivory the most expensive coffee? So as I went deep to search the process Black Ivory goes through, it's really so funny that those guys get the coffee, the berries, the yellow ones, red, and they feed them to elephants. So the berries go through the digestive system of the elephant, and when the elephant poops, so they go and pick the remaining processed coffee beans. So that by the time they are out, they're already processed, full of flavors. so coffee is really so amazing.
It's amazing
so
that coffee
amazing.
can come from that process.
Because I had, in case you put 7 kilograms.
We find the different types.
We have Robusta, Robusta coffee, and then Robusta is basically in the mountainous areas of Uganda, I think around Kapchorwa, and the slopes of Mount Elgon. And then we also have the Arabica. Is it?
And by the way, let me tell you the funny bit of the coffee story. They say that coffee, by the way, Africa is a rich continent, because they say that the Arabica coffee was initially found in Ethiopia, in the Ethiopian highlands there. So most of the coffee that you see and Arabica is the most exported and traded coffee. So that means Africa is a rich continent. And the Robusta was also found in Uganda around the Lake Victoria Basin. So that makes really Africa and Uganda to be really so great. Though Uganda is also in Africa, but me, I always make sure that Uganda stands out.
I think Uganda in Africa is actually one of the leading exporters of coffee. But like you said earlier, it's amazing that we can actually export it, but we don't consume it here, which is a very big gap that I think we need to explore, right? Moving on from there, to Simon Peter. We have talked about, the different kinds of coffee. We have talked about how you start growing that seed, before you transplant it to the garden. So what are some of those things that I need to make sure I'm doing to the coffee seeds after planting them? They're still in the nursery bed before taking them. Do I have to water them, keep them out in the sun? What are the different methods or strategies that I have to do to make sure that by the time I transplant this coffee to the garden, it has reached the point whereby it's transplanted?
Yeah, so after the seedlings have germinated, of course you need to take very good care of the seedlings. They don't need to get so much exposed to the sunshine. Of course they will dry up, and they also don't need to, get a lot of, water. You need to keep them in a moderate state until they are grown up a little bit stronger to withstand the sunshine. And then that's when you are good enough to go to transplant them to the garden. And in the garden, you must give, the good spacing, the spaces. Farmers out there think that you plant one here, one there, and you plant many trees to get more yields, and that's wrong. It's usually the spacing that you give to the plant to give the plant more space, to give the nutrients. That the plant will give you more seeds. But farmers think that one plant after the other is a good way to go. That's not good enough.
So you have to take care of that. If you're watching us from home, these guys are speaking like professionals, but they are not yet professionals. They are on their way, starting to become baristas. But you can already see what the barista education is doing for them. It's not just about serving a cup of coffee, putting art in a latte, but basically discovering where coffee started from, where are we as a country in coffee. And if you're out there thinking of entering the coffee business, it's a very good thing for you. If you're out there, lockdown has caught you, you're a student, you're at home, you don't know what to do, consider going to barista school. I believe that it will be a very important thing for you. Emmanuel, we have planted our coffee, we have transplanted it, we have taken care of it, we have made sure that everything is okay. It's time for harvest. How do we harvest the coffee, and how do we process it to make sure that we get that good quality?
Okay, so coffee goes through 3 processes. There's what we call the dry process, the wet, and the honey process. But in Uganda mostly we use the dry and the wet process. So I'm going to just go a little deep in the 3 processes. But in the dry process, you have to pick the red ones, clean them, dry them up, So as you're drying them, they are fermenting. As they're fermenting, the sugars are going deep. They are going deep in the seed. So that at the end, when the consumer is tasting the coffee, is able to feel the nutrients that are in the coffee. So in the wet, they don't dry, but they just pulp. After pulping, then they also take it and and remove the husks. So coffee is really so amazing that the process through which it goes through affects the flavor, the taste. So really, that's coffee.
So to Peter, what are some of these flavors we can get out of coffee? Because I believe that the way you roast it will ultimately that's the way it will come out as a flavor. You have the really dark roast, then you have the brown roast. So what are some of these flavors that we can get out of it?
There are flavors like caramel. There are flavors like chocolate. Then there are so many flavors. I cannot recall everything right now, but I think there are so many. There are many flavors actually. There are many I can't recall.
Then studying, I know that there's caramel, there's chocolate, there are all these different kinds of flavors. Have you ever thought, you just sit there one day and think, hey, there's caramel and chocolate. Why don't I create some chili coffee or something? Have you thought about creating something for yourself? Different kind of flavor.
Actually, the flavors come right from the garden. You always tell us that when the plant is in the garden, what nutrients it gets involved with is how the flavor will come. When you grow coffee together with maybe jackfruit, some plants around jackfruit tree, you're going to find out that as you're taking this coffee in the cup, you will always feel that there's some smell, there's some flavor of jackfruit in that coffee. So I don't know how it comes about, but it depends on what nutrients it has gotten with in the garden. You know, that's how the flavors of the coffee will definitely come out.
So if I want some strawberry coffee, I just have to make sure that, you know, within my plant, I put in some, some
that's how funny coffee is.
Yeah. Okay, I think it really picks up, you know, scents from different plants really quick.
Yes.
Yeah, so we have processed our coffee, you know, now it's moving on to the next step. How do we store coffee? Because I believe that, you know, you just don't put it there and, you know, that's it. How do we store coffee?
Coffee is packed in bags, bags that are able to pass out air and also bring in some air. And when you're keeping those bags, they must be on a raised pallet. You should not allow coffee bags to be on the ground. Why? Because they may gain the moisture from the ground. So you have to put it on a raised pallet, and the coffee beans and the sacks should not touch the walls. So coffee is really so weird that you must take care of it. Any mistake you do, it affects the whole process. So that's how you put it in the bag until you wait for its time to be taken out.
So you talked about air, you know, I don't need air in that bag. So which air goes out, which air comes in?
Yeah.
Which one?
Coffee, you lose carbon dioxide from the coffee. So that's the coffee, the air that goes out.
So you need to keep it sealed the whole time?
No, you need to keep, not sealed, but in the bag so that you can be able to be losing the air.
Okay, so if I don't take good care of it, at the end of the day, my cup is really going to not be that good. Yeah, that's interesting. So coffee is like a baby, basically.
It's like a baby.
It's a baby that you really, you know, have to take very good care of.
Right from the garden.
For the final result. Okay, we've talked about, you know, the coffee process, and at the end of the day, you guys want to be baristas. But I believe that coffee is not limited to being a barista. Yeah. So, to Peter, what are some of these different aspects that we can get involved in? You know, apart from just being a barista, you know, what other professions are there within, you know, the coffee industry?
I think a farmer is a basic, the foundation of coffee. So you can be a farmer, you can be a coffee dealer, and there are so many coffee dealers, you know. Then you can also be a barista, and then
you can also be a coffee roaster.
A coffee roaster, yes.
A
kappa,
so
yes. There are so many people that are involved in the coffee. But these are all jobs that we are not looking out to. We just look at coffee just like that, and we export these jobs abroad. Because when we export this coffee, these jobs are created for people there. You know, you have to be a roaster. There's a roaster. There's a kappa. You know, a person who tests these different coffees to see which one has the best taste. So, and then there is also a barista, and baristas are not here. They are there in, you know, those countries. You know, we are exporting a lot of jobs. And then maybe we only have farmers, but which farmers are also not very much educated about coffee. They don't know about so much coffee. So we
can be a trainer.
You can also be a trainer. We are in school. So we are acquiring knowledge. You know, then later on, maybe we can also have our own schools and train children, I mean people. You know, so maybe, so that is it.
Well, you're hearing it there from Peter and Emmanuel. We have them in the house today on the coffee break. If you're out there, you're a barista, you're a professional in the coffee industry, you know, shout out to these guys. Send them a message. Let them know that you support them. Let them know that you are waiting for them, you know, when they get out of school. If you want to give them a job, also here they are. You can comment down in the comment section and just show them some love. We'll take a break right now for you to get a cup of coffee, for you to get some rest, but we will be right back. And after, we shall be brewing a cup of coffee. We want to see how much the students have learned at Brew Plus. We'll take a break right now. This is the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. It's amazing how time runs. We have already had, you know, the first part of the show, and I know what we can talk and like they say until the cows go home. You know, when we start talking about coffee. But you're still tuning into House of Talent Television, the Coffee Break. Me, Emmanuel, with Emmanuel in the house, and Simon Peter. We've been talking about their perspectives as students at Brew Plus, you know, in the coffee industry. What have they learned? What do they want to become? And the last part of the show is always for brewing. These guys have talked about the theory. Can they do the actual practical? We're going to find out as they brew a cup of coffee. So guys, I've talked about, you know, the theoretical part, you know, the coffee from the tree, the planting, what you guys want to be, how you got into, you know, the coffee business and all these things, what you're studying. Before we get into the brewing of this coffee, yeah, I just want to ask Emmanuel, what are your future plans? I know you just don't want to get out and become a barista. Do you want to open a coffee shop? Like you said, you want to be a superstar, you know? So what are your future plans when it comes to, you know, coffee after school? What do you want to do?
Yeah, I have some of the pastry skills.
Yeah.
So after me learning these things and I get some little money, I'm planning to start a coffee shop, and I'll have a pastry side in my coffee shop whereby my customers can come and take my coffee as they eat some of my baked things.
Yeah.
So those are some of my plans.
So you plan on, you know, opening your own spot?
My own spot.
Very good. What about you, Peter?
I plan on becoming a farmer.
Yeah.
I already have plans of, you know, starting up maybe after getting some capital. You know, it's best to become a farmer because you're everything. You know, you give direction to the entire process.
Yeah.
Because I have now the coffee knowledge, it's best that I got the field and also farmers out there learn from me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's best if you become a barista because you taste the coffee, then you go back and become the farmer,
Yeah.
which is not the case now. So I think that if I become a barista, I have the capital to begin up a farm, I'll go back and begin up a farm.
Yeah.
Maybe also I have my own coffee you know, sell my own coffee.
Yeah.
And not have middlemen in between because coffee is really very much expensive.
Yeah. I like that I have both of you on the show because earlier this guy said he's a chef, you like to eat food. So you connected there.
Yes.
And now, you know, you want to become, you know, basically a farmer.
Yes.
And, you know, he wants to open up a coffee shop. So you're going to supply him
yes,
at the
I
end
supply.
of the day.
Yes.
So I think you guys should really stay close together because, you know, that kind of relationship
Yes.
is very important. Well, we're going to get into brewing a cup of coffee now. I'll hand it over to these guys. We have our, you know, stuff here that we're going to use. First of all, you guys have to tell us what is in front of us, what we're going to brew, you know, basically the whole process. But before we start, I just want to tell everyone at home, we talked earlier about hygiene. Hygiene is very important when it comes to the coffee business. You know, basically it affects, you know, the whole process. Okay. So before you start making your cup of coffee, what you need to do is make sure that you're clean. And which parts are you going to use most?
The hands.
Okay. So here at House of Talent, we always encourage you to use, you know, sanitizer. Always sanitize before, because even the times that we're living in, everywhere you go, you have to sanitize and make sure that you protect yourself, protect your customers, and basically protect everyone who's around you. So before we get into brewing our cup, I just want to, you know, sanitize these guys. You can watch at home there so that you can know that our hands are clean.
Thank you.
Before we start this, so guys, I'll just hand it over to you. What do we have in front of us basically, and what are we going to be brewing for the people at home?
Yeah. Thank you so much. So I'm going to teach you how to make simple coffee at home. In case you're able to get yourself a French, this is called a French press,
Yeah.
or a plunger. So I'm going to really take you through. So we have our hot water here, and this is our kettle.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you first have to put your hot water in, because you put your hot water in the kettle.
So to Simon Peter, how hot should this water be?
The water must be really hot. It must be 100 degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must really be hot.
Okay.
Yes.
So sometimes I've seen, you know, some baristas coming with thermometers basically to test how much, you know, how hot the water is. You know, so we have to make sure that it's heated to a certain point.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we got to that.
That
point.
also depends on where you are. There are presses that are really very much hot.
Yeah.
And you don't need something too much hot.
Okay.
Yeah, so
you need to keep it moderate.
you need, it varies where you are.
Okay.
Yeah, so some people think that is not more than like not 100.
Yeah.
Others think it's 60 because where they are, it's really so hot and you don't need something really so hot.
Okay.
Yes.
So as a professional barista,
Yeah.
you know that you have to first preheat your vessels before using them. Because you're not supposed to serve a beverage in a cold vessel.
Yeah.
So you have to first preheat it. So after making sure that your vessel is hot, I think the temperature is now enough. So initially in the restaurants, you have to measure. You must have a measuring scale.
Yeah.
But this is just homework.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're making your coffee at home. Simple work.
Yeah.
So you have to get your coffee. So you're free to put the number of scoops you want, depending on the level of coffee you
Concentration.
want. On the concentration.
So the more coffee I put,
The more
the
the stronger it gets.
Okay.
So you are 3, so I'll put 3.
So as you continue that, Simon Peter,
Yes.
I've heard in some instances people ordering cold coffee.
Yes.
So does cold coffee go through the same process before it comes out in the cup?
You use ice blocks to make the coffee cold.
Okay.
Yeah, you use the same process, but you can use the ice cubes to make the
So
coffee.
basically it starts off as hot coffee,
Yes.
then I put in the
use-
ice cubes and it ends up as cold
Cold,
coffee.
yes.
So does that kind of ice affect the, the flavor at the end of the day or the taste of the coffee?
The taste will remain the same, but
Yeah.
of course the coffee is cold.
Okay.
Yes.
But with a little bit more of water.
Yes.
Okay. So let's continue. We've gotten to that point.
So after putting your coffee in the vessel,
Yeah.
you're supposed to pour the water
Okay.
in a circular form.
Actually, that is what I wanted to test. You guys have passed the test. For every barista that has come here, the first thing they did was preheat. Okay, and when they were pouring the water, it was in a circular motion.
Yes,
They just don't
yes.
pour water,
Yes.
And you
It's
know
like you're
why?
pouring for tea. Yeah, why do we do
So
this?
that all the dry spots can get the water.
You soak everything.
You
Yeah.
soak everything in water.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So if you guys hadn't done this, I was going to go back to your teacher and say, boss, you know what? These guys did a refresher course. But you just doing simple things like this really shows, the level of professionalism that you guys have already acquired even in, the little time that you have been in school, which is a very good thing. So for the people out there, it's encouraging, to see you guys. How long have you guys been in school anyways?
How long, Emma, have you been there?
It's now 2 weeks
2
so
weeks,
far,
yeah.
but you can see what I can do.
Yeah, in 2 weeks you can actually do this.
I'm a little bit older and I've taken time,
Yeah.
although I just come and go back because I don't live here.
Okay.
Yeah, apparently I live in Mukone. But
So
I just
basically
come to work.
about a month for you guys, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so after pouring our coffee in a circular motion, what next in the process?
You stir.
Okay, you stir the coffee.
Yeah.
And why should we stir the coffee basically?
So that all the spots can get water.
Okay, so we have to also degas it in a way.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're watching from home, these guys have been in coffee school for no more than a month. And if they can do this within a month, imagine what you can do within 2 months or 3 months, And I believe that, at this point we have to leave our coffee to brew.
Yeah, for 4 to 5 minutes.
For 4 to 5 minutes. So
Yeah.
as our coffee brews and, we're coming towards the end of the show, Emma, I just want you to look into the camera. Okay, I know there's someone out there, you're a cute guy, wanting to be an influencer, you already spent 2 weeks in school. I want you to look into that camera and tell someone out there who's very unsure, should I join the coffee business, should I not join the coffee business? Just look them, encourage them, what have you learned and what can you tell them to pull them also into the coffee business?
Yeah, to someone out there that would like to become a barista or join the coffee industry, if it's possible, you can even start now, because this is the best place to go. I used to like working simple things. I don't like hard work, because you can see my structure. I'm so weak.
Yeah.
So the good thing about coffee, you're paid to do your passion.
Yeah.
You do your things very simply and very nice, and then you're paid good money.
Yeah.
So if you have a chance to learn such things, please just join.
Yeah.
And the market is there, because most of the people are not aware about this. People are not aware about coffee. Coffee is something that is really too wide.
Yeah.
I'm sure after learning here, after my school, there are so many other opportunities waiting for
Yeah, I
me.
want to come
So
through.
if you have a chance, just join.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What about you, Peter?
The same thing I would like to, to call upon my mates, people who have not yet learned about coffee, that there are many opportunities in the coffee field.
Yeah.
Very, very many and very virgin. The coffee industry is still very virgin, and
Yeah.
we will not explode anything in the coffee. So there are many opportunities. Just come right now and join, because you will be the first people there.
Yeah.
You know, you will be the first people in Uganda probably. One time I heard about government's plans about on, you know, giving coffee to, you know. So maybe you can have a job as a barista somewhere in a government office.
Yeah.
You know, so there are many, many opportunities. Even going to Europe as just a barista, you can go to Europe and,
Yeah.
you know, make money.
Yeah.
So there are many plans. So people should come now and join Brew Plus.
Yeah.
Brew Plus has given us this knowledge, and he's still giving out the knowledge.
Yeah.
So let them come, let everybody come and join the coffee business.
Yeah, you know, I like that right now, there are very few people
Yes.
actually, okay?
Yes.
And for you to get into something when it's new, okay, you will have more experience than the other guys, you know? But if you want to get into it when it's really populated, everyone, it's like how we have our kids in town everywhere you turn.
Like how Chameleon dominated the music industry when he just came in.
Yeah.
But everybody is now a
Now
musician.
everyone is doing music, so yeah, it would actually be a very good time for you out there to get into the coffee industry now. The courses are not that expensive. I mean, take it as an investment. You're investing something into your future, and it's something that is going to work for you for, you know, very many years to come. Yeah. Before we started the show, we're just talking about how you guys, you know, there are some people out there who are watching you guys, you know. So I just want to give you an opportunity to say hi to your, you know, to your fans, for you wants to be a superstar, to the guys you study with. So look into that camera and just say hi to your people.
Shout out to my fans out there. It's your boy Caesar. I know you know me, so I say hi to my friends at Daddy Quick Restaurant. By the way, Daddy Quick Restaurant is the best place to go.
Yeah.
If you want to taste nice coffee, Daddy Quick Restaurant.
Yeah.
Along Sapolo Road, you just find us there.
Right.
Yeah.
Sapolo, the boys' side?
No, the
one
the
up
old
in
Kampala
Tinder
side.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Yes, Peter, what about you?
Okay, I want to say hi to my brother. I have a brother who went to Saudi. I brought him to the coffee.
Yeah.
They introduced me first, so I introduced him,
And he left
and he
you.
left me. So it's very. So he's actually watching live.
Yeah.
He's called Paul.
Yeah.
He's a barista now, and then I also want to say hi to everybody who is watching and my friends, my workmates here in Mukono at Tiana Food Spot. Tiana Food Stop is just along Kayunga Road. If you ever come to, you know, Mukono, just along Kayunga Road, along around the tax park, you just find Tiana Food Stop, and we can serve you food. You know.
So if I come, they have a free, I have some free food for myself.
Yes.
You've heard it here, you guys are the witnesses. When I get to Mukono, I have some free food. Yeah. I also want to send my shout outs. Basically, to every barista who has been on this show, thank you very much, you guys, for, you know, coming to just discuss coffee with the different people. For the guys who are behind there in production, I know we always don't give them, you know, a lot of credit, but they're there, they're always waiting to take the coffee out after it's brewed. I know they're already eyeing it. Yeah, and we've come to that part of the show where it's almost coming to the end. I think our coffee has been brewing, you know, for at least 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And I think we can go ahead and serve it, you know, as we come towards the end of the show. If you're watching at home, you've also been waiting for your coffee to brew. Get your cup. It's time for us to get it into the cup, like we say, from tree to cup. This is the cup part. Please.
Okay. So you cover very well.
Yeah.
So you push down
Yeah.
as it filters itself. Eh? See? Very
Yeah. So you should also make sure that, you know, you always have a very good filter
Yeah.
when you're using this. You know, the filter paper is a very important part of the whole process.
Wow. So you can see our coffee.
As you can see, we brewed a very good cup of coffee. Yes. So, do we get it into the cups and toast off as we, you know, close the show?
So what happens is that the residues go down.
Down, yes.
As you can see, this is called a plunger. When you insert this, you know, you plunge it, you press it, and then the residues of the coffee will go down, and then the liquid, this is now our brew.
Yeah.
This is our beverage that we are going to test.
Yeah, so after I can't use the residue again, I have to get fresh coffee. Or I
If
can
you
just
want-
keep adding water to it.
If you want, you can use it again. If you don't want, there are so many things that they make out of these residues
okay.
anyway, so you can keep it.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come towards the end of our show. Emmanuel will go ahead and serve us our cup of coffee. But if you're out there and you really want to learn about coffee, you can always contact the different baristas in the different coffee schools. They will be able to help you. If you're at home, you're in lockdown, I know that school hasn't yet really begun. Don't sit at home. Always get something that can add value to your life, and getting into the coffee business is a very good idea. At House of Talent, we also bring you the Coffee Break Show, where we let you guys know everything that you need to know about coffee. We have fun with different baristas, we have fun with different roasters, basically different people in the coffee industry. And our cups have been served, and I'll just have Emma take one, and also Peter will take the other, and we'll just toast off so you guys can take a cup each. This has been the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel. I had Emma with me in the house, who is going to be a future superstar. So you should get to know him now before he becomes a superstar, so that when he becomes famous, he can remember you. We also had Simon Peter in the house, who is a barista. He wants to become a farmer in future. I believe that you're going to export a lot of coffee.
Yeah.
These guys are going to be something else in future. If you're out there, you're a barista, you're a kappa, you're a researcher in coffee, do give us a shout out. Let us know if you want to get on the show, so that we can basically build a very good community of baristas. But from us here, we're going to toast off to the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. Thank you guys very much for coming. As we enjoy our coffee, have a good day. This has been the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Ateng Emmanuel. Till next time.
Thank you very much. So this has been a very great talk show with Eddie Okila here. I would say that first, when you think about Build Uganda, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, we live in a free market economy. So people are going to buy your products not because it is Ugandan. No, they're going to buy your product because they love the product, because there is value that they want to get out of that product. So make sure that you're building for the customer and that it meets the standard that the customer expects. Then the customer falls in love with the product and they're hooked. They're your customer forever. Now they happen to be Ugandan, you happen to be Ugandan. Eventually we are building Uganda. Yeah, that's one thing. The other thing is be creative in your business. Adapt to change. Look at all the changes. Ask yourself, what has changed in the past 5 years, or what has not changed in the past 5 years? That's also a very good question to ask, and then respond to that change or that thing that hasn't changed. COVID has happened. There are a lot of things that have changed currently. People are now adapting to working remotely. If you're a company, you're still asking people to come to the physical office 9 to 5. Maybe that needs to change. Maybe they need to come in a few days in a week. Now you need to change your processes to allow for people to work from home even past COVID. So these are the changes. Your customers, you still want them to come to the banking hall? Maybe not. Probably they can do some of these things that you require them to come to the banking hall remotely through digital channels that are existent, like WhatsApp, like Facebook, or even your website. We have House of Talent here. It's broadcasting, and it doesn't have all the traditional broadcasting infrastructure that a TV station traditionally has. But here you are, watching us, and you're watching us through all these channels that we have thought about and we are using. Yes, so adapt to the change. Look at the things that haven't changed. If they haven't changed, then build your business accordingly. Yeah, so that is my little piece of advice, and I'm also happy to receive some of the advice that you already have.
it's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are overlearned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from Erute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tony Otoa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think it's just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Mr. Tony Otoa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Otoa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I did not know what I wanted to be.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You are in the know The COVID edition is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
There's a very famous case to lawyers. Many lawyers know this case, the case of Hyde versus Hyde.
Yeah.
You know, they say marriage is one man, one woman, to the exclusion of others.
Yeah.
So that means that if you choose to go today before a priest in a church, a reverend, a pastor, whoever, whatever name they may be called,
apostle or prophet, whatever, you know,
you must understand that you can only marry one spouse at a time.
Hello, welcome to this edition of You and the Law. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. You and the Law is simply what it is, you and the law. In this show, we try to demystify the law for the ordinary person, make it simple for a teacher, for a lawyer, for a farmer, for a doctor, for a border rider, for a cleaner, everyone in our society. This program touches on every aspect of our lives that relate to the law. Is it marriage? Is it property? Is it land? Is it traffic? Anything that touches on the law will be discussed in this program. Today, we're going to have an interesting conversation that will focus on the institution of marriage. I know most of us have attended marriage functions. Some of us are married. Most of us viewers are married. But what does it mean to be married? How does the law look at marriage? So this conversation today will focus on demystifying the whole topic around marriage and how it is viewed from the eyes of the law. And to help us do this, I have a learned mind with me, and it's none other than my friend, my colleague, Emmanuel Elau. Emma, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you so much. Hello, viewers. Thank you for having me on the show.
In House of Talent TV, we welcome our visitors with a fist bump.
Thank you.
We've been told that when you fist bump, you spread the love. So you do this, then you spread the love. Yeah, so Emma, how have you been?
Well, I've been great.
Yeah, we're coming in from 42 days of a lockdown. How has it been on your end?
It's been quite difficult. You know, you wake up in the morning, you sit around the compound, you look at the time. You know, you lose sense of the calendar because you fail to understand which is a Monday and which is a Sunday.
You're even lucky that you have a compound. Some people live in one-bedroom houses and have nothing to look except their iron sheets.
Yeah, sure.
And really, you're our first guest really on this program. And why do you think it's sort of important for people to just know about the law? Because I know you've been teaching law and practicing law for all these years. Yeah.
Yes. Well, thank you. You know, when it comes to the law, we basically live the law. You know, on a day-to-day basis. You know, whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife. You know, all the things are the law. You know, when you jump on a border, there is law. When you're driving, we're talking about traffic. You know, if you go to a restaurant, you must ensure that you have the money because you're consuming someone's energy and investment. You know, so you must be able to pay for that. So we interact with the law at all times.
It's part of our everyday life.
Yes. So it's very much important that everyone appreciates the law and understands it at a certain level.
Okay. So today I know there are many issues, but today we sort of want to narrow our discussion around the institution of marriage.
Yes.
Because, of course, I'm sure most of us, like ourselves, are products of marriage, and probably for most of the population in Uganda are a result of marriage. So I thought I'd sort of start with the foundational issues and then just try to, seek, to pick your mind on what, marriage means, especially, from a legal, from the legal side of things.
Yes. Well, thank you. So if you look at the institution of marriage, we as a country, we are an independent state, right? So that means that we have our own laws within the country that govern different aspects of life.
Yeah.
And that includes marriage,
Yeah.
right? And so we have different types of marriages, you know, which are applicable in this country. And each marriage has its own characteristics, which are, you know, which are associated with it.
Yeah,
right?
but perhaps we could just start by the whole concept of marriage, like what it is, like sort of that, paint that picture for the
Yes.
person. I'm sure many people could be saying, but yeah, we know this, but I know the law sort of has its own way of looking at things, yeah.
Yes, so if you look at marriage generally, most people associate marriage with going to church, you know, or going before a chief administrative officer or a registrar of marriages. Now, if you ask a question that what is marriage, you know, marriage primarily is a voluntary union, you know,
Voluntary
between,
union.
One man and one woman.
Okay.
That is if you're going to church.
Yeah.
In other instances, it can be a voluntary union between one man and maybe 2, 3, or more women.
Okay.
You know, so it only depends on what type of marriage you're comfortable celebrating, because that determines how many partners you can have.
So are you trying to say, when you say a man and woman, it could be just any man and woman, are there like sort of any guidelines on who the man and who the woman, you know, should be in terms of how the relations that exist in society, that exist in any community? Is there sort of some qualification of who the man and who the woman should be?
Well, thank you. So if you look at if you look at the Constitution of Uganda,
Yeah.
which is the supreme law of this country, right? It sets out the age within which one is able to found a family.
Okay.
And so that age is set at 18 years.
Oh.
Right? So anyone above the age of 18 years can celebrate marriage of whatever kind, right? But also importantly, it's between a man and a woman.
Okay.
That's as per the laws in Uganda, right? So if you meet that threshold, then you're good to go. In terms
Okay.
of celebrating.
What of in terms of the people, like relations that exist within people? Because we hear that in some countries people can marry, you know, cousins or relatives. I don't know what's the situation in Uganda.
Well, it is the same position here. If you look at our penal code,
Yeah.
it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime. You know, but of course, we know that in some parts of this country, maybe people could marry maybe close relatives.
Yeah.
But generally, the law does not permit
Okay.
you to marry, for example, your brother, your cousin.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting. But I think even these aspects, even culturally, even without the law, I think our culture sort of have certain positions.
Yes,
On,
yes.
you know, you can't marry from this. I know that the family where I come from, my grandfather, for example, his closer friends, you know, became part of our family. So I remember my mom has always told me that when they were growing up, they were told, those are not our blood relations, but we don't expect any of you to, you know, to think of marriage because, you know, we have, you know, sort of created that tight, you know, bond. So I think even culturally, the position has been sort of clear. So
Yep.
in your sort of introductory remarks, you talked about that there are different, you know, types of, you know, marriages.
Yes.
Because you said some people can marry up to 2, 3, even endless women. Others only require one. Maybe could you just run us through the different, you know, types of marriage that exist in Uganda?
Okay, well, thank you. Like I said earlier, the most common form of marriage that people celebrate in Uganda is either church marriage, you know, or customary marriage.
Okay.
Now,
You could just take, so what's the customary marriage essentially?
so customary marriage is marriage which is celebrated according to the customs of a given place,
Yeah.
you know, most especially of the woman. So if you're marrying a lady, say from Teso or from Uganda,
Yeah.
you celebrate that marriage according to the cultures and the customs of the people in that particular area, right? So that is the customary marriage. And of course, the threshold is still the same. The lady and the man should be above 18 years.
So what you're suggesting, because you talked about depending on the culture, so
Yes.
you're suggesting that the people from Teso have their own ways of doing it. People from Uganda, from Korea, and other parts of the country have, it's based on that. They don't have like a uniform guideline.
Exactly. There's no uniform guideline, so it is about the cultures in a given place. So like you've said, in Teso, you'll find that different practices when it comes to marriage. In Buganda, it's different. If you go to Angola, it's different, right? So because the law recognizes customs, to the extent that they are not inconsistent with the constitution, so you find that the law allows people in that different cultural settings to celebrate marriages, those customary marriages, according to their customs.
Okay.
Yeah.
You talked about the fact that there are basic standards that are cut across, even if they're in different cultures. You mentioned age as one of them.
Yes.
What could be sort of the other cultural requirements in Uganda? Because I know there are things around payment of bride price in other areas. I don't know, sort of, could you run us through salient features of of customary law in the context of marriage?
Well, yes, like I've said, so one, the persons who are intending to get married should be above 18 years, right? I've also said it has to happen between a man and a woman, because our cultures and the law do not permit homosexual kind of relationships.
Yeah, same sex.
Yes, to be legalized, okay. Right? And also there is a very important aspect of the payment of the bride price.
Yeah.
If you're coming to marry someone from Teso, you must pay cows.
Yes. Yeah.
If you're coming to Buganda, there have been these jokes people tell that in Buganda you simply walk with some tomatoes, vegetables, and maybe is it called a chisambi? This is the cow.
The thigh.
The thigh of a cow. You
Yes.
move with that. So that's some form of bride price that you give to the family of the bride, right? Though of course in the past we have had really some contentions when it comes to payment of the bride price. And these debates have been happening across the country as to whether people should actually be paying bride price, because some people are saying it is discouraging people from getting married.
Well, those are conversations probably for another day.
Yes.
So that's customary. So
Yes.
what could be the other type of marrying?
Well, the other common type of marriage, like I said, was the church marriage.
Yeah.
Now in church marriage, you have a person who is above 18 years marrying one woman, right? Now, according to the definition, if you look at the legal definition of marriage, as brought from the UK, who were our colonizers anyway, there's a very famous case to lawyers. Many lawyers know this case, the case of Hyde versus Hyde.
Yeah.
They say marriage is one man, one woman, to the exclusion of others.
Yeah.
So that means that if you choose to go today before a priest in a church, a reverend, a pastor, whoever, whatever name they may be called,
apostle, prophet,
whatever, you must understand that you can only marry one spouse at a time.
Oh, and so that's sort of different from the customary position.
It's different.
Yeah.
With customary, for as long as you stay in that lane of customary marriage, you can marry 1, 2, 3, up to infinity. It's about your ability to pay the bride price to the different families you're marrying from, right? But when it comes to church marriage, you're only marrying one person at a time. At a time, I must emphasize, yes. So if you want to move on to the next person, you must first divorce before you...
And then you contract another person.
Yes.
But there's been this conversation around sort of the church you should go to.
Yes.
There seems to be some legal position on how church is getting sort of the necessary approvals or whatever. I don't know if you want to throw more light on that.
Well, so if you choose to celebrate marriage in any given church, you have an obligation to ensure or to do a search to establish that that church is registered for purposes of conducting that marriage. Right? Okay. Because church marriages are conducted under authority of the government.
Yes.
Because ordinarily it's the government that should be conducting these marriages. Right? Yeah. So because government has licensed some churches to do this, you who is intending to get married, you have to ensure that that church is licensed, because otherwise you'll be celebrating no marriage at all.
No marriage at all. I think that's a very important point, and we'll go for a break at this point. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, a program that seeks to demystify the law for you and any other person in the community. We're going for a short break and we'll be right back. COVID-19 came and disorganized our economy, brought our health system to its knees, and along the way, affected our rights significantly. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition, here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, you know, on a day-to-day basis, you know. Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife, you know. All the things are the law, you know.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times in a day. No, you have a right to work.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are over-learned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes,
about the shots.
What are the values that define you as Ugandan?
Did you discuss?
That's the easiest question I think to answer. I am a typical Lao man from a rooted north in a place called Ogur. And where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agwen. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down in the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tony Otoa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think it's just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful for me.
Wow. Mr. Tony Otoa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Otoa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie, I didn't know what I wanted to be.
Completely disconnect VPN.
Welcome to the CEO Bench, ladies and gentlemen from all across the world. My name is Eddie Okila, and of course the CEO Bench exists to bring you the stories of people who are on the top, doing it on the top, leading on the top, people who have been through change management, and of course are transforming lives, and they have transformed their own personal lives to reach there, as well as those who are headed to the top. What are their stories? What have they been through? What can we learn from them? Do they have some really interesting experiences to share with us? Yes, they do. And of course, on the CEO bench this week, this morning, or this evening, or this afternoon, depending on which part of the world you are located, is the one and only, the man who needs no introduction, the African youngest man on planet Earth that is doing great and amazing stuff. Been over to the creative industry, done that, is now thinking for different businesses at different levels. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you my guest this morning, Bedford Buyungo, aka Professor in the Making. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Great to have you on the show this morning.
Thank you so much.
How have you been?
I'm great.
You have been overwhelmingly nominated to come back to the CEO bench.
Oh.
Would you like to tell us why would these people overwhelmingly nominate you by over 30 votes to come back to the CEO bench, yet you have been on the CEO bench before?
I wouldn't know, but I appreciate them. They are in a better position to let you know. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Bedford, we want to just go straight to our interview this morning. And of course, I want you to just share with us a few of the things, the journey, and of course what you have been through and what you're still going through as a person on the top. The CEO bench is a very interesting place to be. Mm-hmm. We look at things from a different perspective, and I want to just give you a small background to what the CEO bench is about. Mm-hmm. One, we focused on individual people who are leaders and in position of leadership. Yeah. The program, of course, is focused on discussion about leadership, change management, and transformation, both at individual level and as well as the corporation levels where you are, as well as the community where you live, and the nation where you lead or where you reside. All of us are leaders in our nations, but people often think that only people who are defined by political boundaries are the ones who are leading. But all of us are leaders at our levels, and it's important that we keep reminding people that even as a border man on the streets of Kampala or in the streets of any streets of the city anywhere in Africa, you are a leader. Because the things you're doing at that level is leadership. How you change your life from a border person to becoming a taxi driver, to becoming a bus driver, to becoming a pilot, is what we're calling change management at that level. Mm-hmm. But also, if you're moving from being a creative person at your level to becoming a creative thinker, to becoming a strategist, to becoming a research and developer person, and for being that person that think for brands and think for businesses and create things, that's change management. True. When we're looking at transformation, we look at the foray of moving from this one space to the next space, to the next space is key for us going forward. And that is what the CEO bench exists for. And so this morning, I want to ask you this question, which I've asked you before.
Yeah.
If I am looking for a small and fast and quick definition of who Bedford Buyungo is, what would be your definition of who you are?
First, I identify as a Pan-Africanist who has passion for research and development. Yeah. And yes, I'm an entrepreneur, and I think in there has many things. When you talk about research and development, it has an element of research, it has an element of development, developing products or brands or whatever field you're applying R&D. And when you talk about entrepreneurship, still it speaks to something. And there is reason why those three things. There is reason for Pan-Africanism, there is reason for R&D, there is reason for entrepreneurship. Yeah. And for me, it is that I as a Pan-Africanist, I was like, the only way we can progress Africa is probably through the element of economics. So yes, I know other elements work hand in hand, but yes, we've tried politics and people have played us. We've tried all other elements, even donor, funding, and we've not gotten to places we've gotten to. So I was like, why don't I get this craft, R&D craft, and be able now to birth products. We, of course, with my marketing and brand knowledge, to birth brands from end to end, and go compete in the world. And I saw that as an opportunity to birth brands and compete on a global stage. Like Andrew Garcia says, he said that Africa needs trade, not aid. So when you say Africa needs trade, not aid, it means that you need to put something on that table for the people to buy. There is a lot of things that work for you to be able to sell in the States, for you to be able to sell in Asia, for you to be able. But thank God that every region of the world, God has put something unique. So the avocado that I'm going to sell from Uganda is not the same as the one that someone I'm going to compete with from Asia has. So in a nutshell, and I'm reminding people who get confused of who I am, that I'm simple, a Pan-Africanist who has a passion for research and development and entrepreneurship.
Wow. Well, you now know more about Bedford Buyungo. He's more of a professor than just a simple man you know. Of course, if all the professors were as simple as him in their making, I think would go far. And of course, the last time he was here, he said that, I am a self-proclaimed professor. And of course, you can see from there that you don't have to have a definition beyond the boundaries to understand what he has just said and to believe with him. But I would like to welcome you to the CEO bench, and I would like to encourage you today to make this program as interactive as possible. Share with us what your comments are and even your kisses and disses. When we say kisses and disses, I mean, tell us we're doing very good. We will be able to take that feedback. And if you think we're not doing very well, tell us what you would want to see. And the CEO bench is here to make sure that you actually have that information. And now straight to our discussion, Bedford. I just want to take you through to a couple of things that people have been talking about.
Yeah.
You have been the newest CEO on the bench of your company. And by definition of a CEO is not just that you have too many. We often believe that to be at a CEO bench, you need to have many layers of system put in place or structures that put in place. And I'm saying, yes, that's true, but what about the CEO who still starts the company from scratch, gets it to a certain level, and start to cross the boundaries and moving to continents? And when you cross to the continent, you of course fully now become the CEO definition we're looking for. And you've been doing this from the Saint Africa. We've seen the brand cross the borders and become something of a development. You're working on another brand called the Voyage Africa, if I get the name very right.
African
Voyage, which is the boat building company. And the thinking is great. The motivation is great. We just want to start from there. Where do you draw your motivation to think like this from?
I partly tackled that in the first question. There's something called vision, and I think I talked about it last time we were here. Once you have a vision, then your picture is about 70% clear. The 30% I'll leave it to God. So when you have a clear picture, then the Mzungu or the white man says the end justifies the means. When I want to go to Kampala and I'm using public means, I behave differently from the man who is using public means from Kampala to Masaka. One is going far, one is going near. And by default, when you're seated in a taxi and you're going to Ntinda, the normal saying is Momasao. So you know that it's close, but because you're very clear of where you're going, your behavior follows automatically. It means I don't need to greet my neighbor because soon it's going to be the posture even changes.
Yeah.
When I'm, for example, at the front seat, I'm looking around, and soon I say, conductor, Masao. But the guy going to Masaka or Kigali using Masaka Road, by default, the posture is going to change. The first thing you do is, how are you, because anything can happen along the way. So the vision is very important, and my vision is deeply linked to where Africa is going. And no one has come out to tell us about where Africa is going. The 54 countries have not sat, or African Union, and probably made it clear that Africa needs to be this, Africa needs to be that by this time. It might be there, documents, but not in one statement that Africa needs to be this. So many of us Pan-Africanists, the doers, the talkers, the many Pan-Africanists, or people who are pro-Africa, everyone has their contribution to African progress. Now mine is deeply linked to African economic, African progress. And since I come from the brand world, marketing world, I decided that I will champion the global brands that are coming from Africa. I know many people have gone before me, but mine is to contribute to African brands and see them compete globally, because I know when the African brands are competing globally, that means jobs, that means many things, and that means good life, good health, many things.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bedford, a lot of the nomination that came this time around to bring you back to the CEO bench were a number of people who started their companies. From the data we're seeing at the CEO bench here, a number of people who started their companies, and just in 2019, some of them had great aspirations.
Yeah.
They had moved out from their jobs and started something else, and they were doing really great, and they had plans. The visions were clear, the missions were clear, and then the pandemic came from nowhere, and it is accounted for to have started somewhere in China, and nobody saw it making its way in January or by December 2019 and January 2020, it arrived here. Most of us were expecting it to be here a little bit much later because China is really far away from Africa.
Yeah.
But it made its way here quite faster and quicker.
Yeah.
And a lot of these companies, a lot of these individuals that started these companies, that moved from their former employment to start these companies, are now facing a big challenge of even extinction and slipping back to employment. Some of them are really running mad, and talking about guys who started the company by employing from 10 to 15 to 20. I met one of them yesterday that says he employs 45 people from when he started, and now he's going to have to cut down everyone because the vision is not going where it's supposed to be. Pandemic has happened.
Yeah.
How do we help such fellows move forward? How have you been able to do it? Because you've been in the same space. Almost around the same time is when the Saint Africa comes.
True.
And it rolls out and it's working. What would be the best advice to give from one, the background perspective of a marketer, brand developer, an advertiser, and now an entrepreneur, as well as a Pan-Africanist who is thinking from a different perspective altogether?
Yeah. Thank you so much for that question, and for the people who nominated me along those lines. It's sad what is happening and what is going on in the world, then Africa, and of course our country. It is sad, and no one saw this coming. But even in what I call such Kavio, there is always a blessing. So I'll start by encouraging these people to accept that the foundations are shaken.
Yeah.
You did mention around 29 people had started business. I think we were online in 2020. South Africa started selling globally in 2020. And so the first thing is to accept. So acceptance really takes you far. It means it's going to manage your posture. It's going to influence your posture towards the issues. And I did, when you told me about this, I did write something. Probably that's the reason you call me professor. Yes, it's an interview, but I take the opportunity to teach. And I'm not a professor that has been awarded a degree, and it's just a nickname. So, like I said, the first thing, and our viewers can even get pen and paper, and then we write a few things down to guide us. So I did write 11 points on how to maneuver. I don't know if that we have the time to, but I'll be first. And feel free to interject, and we'll make it interactive, enjoyable, and quite something for our viewers. So like I said, mine was to first accept that the foundations are shaken, because now that is going to help you measure, you know, where the cracks are. But if you sail through and like nothing is happening, then you have a problem. It's like an ostrich buried their head in the sun and think the whole body is not being seen, but you know, the whole of the body is on the other side. So point number 2 is to not to make by not making things worse, is to act. To apply action, to act. And first we said that you accept, and then now we are saying you act. Of course, businesses have different challenges. Like your friend you talked about has 45 guys. He has to think about how to survive the 45 guys, how to lay off the 45 guys. He has different challenges, but it's not just 45. It's the rent, it's the many things. So the thing is to act. Act. If you have a rent, then you need to write to the landlord. Is to act. And pick yourself up, be strong. I know where strength is going to come, because it's hard to tell someone who's lost even friends and family to be strong. But we need to be strong for each other. And part of why we even spending this time is to help our friends be strong. Is to help them, you know, strengthen their resolve in them, you know, making a way through this pandemic. So the point number 3 that I wrote is dealing with reality, not fiction.
Wow.
You get what I mean? So reality, I talked about in a previous point about when you're talking about rent, for example, that's the reality. You probably rent an office of say $1 million shillings, Uganda shillings, and yes, you need to deal with that reality. You need to write to your employees, to the landlord. That's the action we talked about. But the reality is not dealing with fiction, what people are saying, what you had the other side. You analyze and then you act.
Wow.
The other day, I think I was seen on social media walking, but I wasn't walking for fun. You know what I mean? I wasn't walking for fun. I had a deal.
The business.
I had a business in town. And someone was paying some money for me to do something, and I was like, okay,
can't drive?
I can't drive because I'm not amongst essential workers, and I didn't have a bicycle. So I was like, and in Entebbe, I thought about where to buy a bicycle. Probably I thought they would be more expensive. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to walk. So I prepared that night, ate fruits, you know, did all what I thought would take me through the 42 kilometers, and I walked. So as people are enjoying my walking moment, because I shared it on social media, internally I knew that I'm going to finish something. So that way, I managed to walk and get to Kampala after 4.5 hours, and I was able to meet my client and then go through.
So it was actually walking for you to go
to do business.
To do business.
Yeah.
Now, I just want to just hold it right there, and I want to interject from that point. Many of us, when we become CEOs, or by CEOs, I mean Chief Executive Officer. It means that there are smaller other executive people under you here that runs probably finance, human resource, administration, that runs marketing here.
Yes.
But you are now the chief because you are now looking at things from a visionary point of view, directional point of view, and finding the pathways for us to get there and solving the problem that the team here not. So one of them is to get business and to connect business to them. Then they can do the business. That's the CEO we're looking for.
Definitely.
Yeah. So at that level, and we learned this from a business development manager called Dr. Jean-Paul Olo.
Yes.
Talked about it on the show here. And we learned something from there that at that level you're focusing on strategic partnerships and direction.
Yes.
Now, many CEOs at that level can't sit on borders,
yes.
don't want to walk on the road, and when they can't move, when there's no vehicle, they're always driven.
Yeah.
But yet we saw you here with Saint Africa. I don't know whether Ugandans and many Africans actually understand or been to that website to see what Saint Africa is really putting out there. But when we see you walking from there, 42 kilometers to Kampala, and we're enjoying the walk, and you are coming to meet another CEO who is giving you business, and when I learned of the business volume that you are picking from this CEO and going, it was such a very, I would say, mind-boggling situation.
Yeah.
To see how when we rise to a certain level, we can't come down.
Yeah.
What informed your decision to do that?
It's still, I was looking at the business and I'm like, of course I can't send anyone.
They are also in lockdown.
They are also in lockdown, but also I was meeting the CEO, so he needed to be at that level. So he's like, are you able to make it? And I'm like, yes, I'm able to make it. I didn't tell him how. So I started working, and for me it was what I'm winning for the rest of the company. And of course, when I win that, I win it on behalf of the rest. So it is always on behalf of the rest. I'll go the extra mile.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. We want to take a break, Bedford, and when we come back, you'll pick it up from point number 4, which is the reality. We're learning from the CEO and as well as the business proprietor, the founder, and you nominated him to come to the show. He has 11 points so far, 3 knocked down, and I think that 1, think about it, if I'm not mistaken. Number 2, take action. Number 3, look at the reality. All right, we'll be right back after the break.
Fitness Junction would love to thank you for your continued support and patience during these trying times. With the ongoing pandemic, we have come up with different standards of operation that can keep you safe and keep us safe. Come have a quick tour with me.
it's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are overlearned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time round. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from a Rute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tony Otoa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Mr. Tony Otoa, growing up, welcome back to the CEO Bench. This is the CEO Bench, where you get to interact with those who have done it, those who are doing it, and those who are on the top. And of course, on the program this morning, we have Bedford Buyungo back on the program, nominated with 30 votes. And the biggest number of the votes was, can you bring back that gentleman to the show so that we can get a lot more from him about how do we navigate the situation in this pandemic situation that we're having right now. And I know that every CEO out there is hiring a strategist right now to play around things. The board members are meeting, the board of different corporations are meeting to say, how do we navigate the situation about the COVID-19? Welcome to the program. Back to the program, Bedford Buyungo.
Thank you so much.
I just want to take you straight to point number 3 before I interjected you were on point number 3 of the 11 points of how we can bounce back and how we can navigate the situation as from the CEO perspective, but also from the strategist perspective, from the man with thinking for the brands. And I wouldn't want to mention the name of some of the brands that you are actually looking after right now, but I'll leave that to you right now. So please pick it up from there.
Yo, thank you so much for welcoming me back to the show, and thanks for the viewers and the people who nominated me. And I think we were going through these points as a way of helping each other strengthen our soul, strengthen our resolve, strengthen many things that can help us. We just, you and I, and probably everyone who works at HTV, are just adding a brick on people's businesses. And we're glad we have the opportunity to share. We're glad we have the opportunity to give. And in giving, we hope that we'll receive.
Yes.
So, yeah. So the fourth point that I did write is cementing a relationship with our existing customers, or what other people call clients. So HTV has clients. Uganda Airlines has clients. Okila Sports Fitness has clients. And of course, we know who our clients are. So in Africa has a database of people who buy globally. Cementing a relationship is deeply rooted in something called care. In such a place, such a time as this, everyone would know, does Okila Fitness really care about me, or they care about my my
pocket,
shilling.
yes, yes.
Yeah, so it is also a beautiful time to, even for brands and businesses, to spend even something small, you know, on their clients.
Yeah.
It could be a mask, it could be sanitizer. Like a saying goes, no one wants to know how much we know until they know how much we care. So such a time as this is one time to show care, to show love. So my point was cementing a relationship with the clients. It means that are you going to have to sit down and you know, and analyze and say, okay, I have 30 clients. You might not, you know, gift them all of them, but at least you can place a call and say, how you doing? Sorry about the loss I had, things like that, and people will remember you all their lives because you cared when everything was low. So it is important, and I use the word, it's such a beautiful time, because when everything is well, the noise is too much. But when there is a problem, when there is a catastrophe, a pandemic, people are closed in, and people are seated at home. They don't know what to do. They don't know their next step. They don't know where they're gonna get the next meal. So the people are very sensitive. They are listening. Their heart is listening. Their mind is listening. Every being of their body is very active and sensitive. It can easily make them cry. It can also easily make them happy. It's something small. So that's why it is easy, and okay, I won't use that example. It might bring issues, but I think you get the point.
Yes. I want to just ask you a little bit there, Bedford. You said we need to show people that we care. The brands need to show people that care. You know, if you're a CEO and your brand is, your product is interacting with people, you need to show them that you care. Many a times, the brands are also struggling.
Yeah.
How do the customers show them that they care about the brand, that they've been supplying them with products, as well as how do the brands, you know, care about the, you know, the clients who are cutting down on their consumption because they have to make certain choices that are brought about or imposed by the pandemic that has come and said, you know, like cut my consumption of this product from here, which means the brand is going to lose. And the brand is also saying, but I'm losing. So there's a, how do you deal with that from a strategy point of view? You think for businesses, your business as a CEO is for thinking for other businesses. How do you deal with that complexity and the situation as such?
You're talking about budgets, I guess. Something close to budget.
Yeah, not even budget, just only, I mean, like, how do you touch a heart of a person who is cutting away from you, who's not consuming your product anymore?
Okay.
Because they're saying pandemic has come. For example, if I was a very big consumer of Okila Health and Fitness, luckily for them it's difficult to cut from me because I am more important to them in this time than before, although I was not very important to many people. So that may not be a good example. But let's say, you know, you are, you know, MTN.
And the customers
are no, I can't afford to do buying more airtime like they used to do, or get data like they used to do, because their income is cut down. So they end up begin to prioritize getting sold to, you know, airtime and stuff like that. How do you deal with that? And yet you're saying, please show them, give them some more. Should MTN give even when these guys are cutting down? I mean, how do you,
I started these 11 points with when the foundations are shaken, you need to accept that they are shaken. And I used the word foundation technically. Is that if you start business in 2019, hopefully you're still investing in the foundation of that business. Isn't it?
Yes.
It means that even if rain showers, or cats and dogs, that doesn't mean that I won't build the building because I'm at the foundation level, isn't it? So the rain has come in form of the pandemic. In fact, the storm has come in form of the pandemic. But that's not going to stop me from laying the next brick on my foundation. So take it this way. that you're still at the foundation level, and you're investing to have a. And guess what? As a business, one of your biggest or the strongest brick on the foundation is the people you serve, the people whose needs you meet. And once you have their hearts, not their minds, then go through this storm in 2-3 years, but you have business for the next 7 years plus.
Okay.
So take it like it's a foundation, and you're laying brick after brick. And yes, you might not, even we're talking about budgets, you might say you don't have money to give out, but you can make calls. You can write an email. You can check on these people occasionally. You can even send airtime of 5,000. And that will actually touch their hearts more than their minds. I know you've, and I won't mention names, you've had people who have less money and have taken people's wives.
Yeah, of course.
What did they show?
That they care more about the other person. Bedford, what you have said makes a lot more sense. I want to tie this to leadership. Much of the first point to the fourth point that you've talked about is really about leadership. And a lot of people struggle with leadership. And this program is about leadership, change management, and transformation.
True.
On that note, I want you to drop to point number 5. Yes. At what point do a leader realize that they are leading?
At what point do
a leader realize that they are leading? If you're a business leader or a leader, CEO, because all that you're talking about is leadership. There must be somebody thinking about these things at that level going forward. So I want you to pick it up from point number 5 and tell us. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're asking, and I'll use a live example. Being the teacher that I am, I love to use very close examples, things people can understand.
Yeah.
And I'll take you to South Africa. Do you know of heard any quote, economic quote that Mandela said?
Yes, quite a number of them.
No, economic best.
Economic best, not that one comes in mind very easily.
So there is nothing much attributed to Nelson Mandela in the area of economics. But people followed him. Because of his story, because of his resolve. Yes, Mandela was a lawyer, or what other people call counsels, or he was that. So, but people followed him because of how he withered through the storm for 27 years plus, because he started with the NNC just even before 1964, Livonia trial. So, saying that to answer your question is to use Mandela as example is that people followed him even if they didn't know his economic policies, isn't it? So a leader will just see followers and know, and we live in a digital world. Whether you're leading poorly, whether you're leading negatively, whether you're leading positively or taking people somewhere or even nowhere, the digital world can easily tell you whether you're leading or not leading. So back in the day, we used to employ researchers to do the maths, to do the figures, to do the statistics,
business development managers,
to do the statistics and see, people's response towards, using the human resource managers to gauge are people following. But guess what? Now it's all on digital. You will, whether internally or even externally, you will know whether you're leading or not, because leaders have to have followers. It's as simple as that.
All right.
So
it's interesting. Point number 5?
Yeah. So point number 5 that I wrote is rethinking business.
Okay.
Rethinking business to stop and reflect and then make changes.
Wow.
So I'll use an example of, say, in Africa. So we are here building a website to sell our clothes globally, and we realize that yes, we've passed that hurdle of having a fully e-commerce based website. You can easily swipe and we can easily ship to any corner of the world. But then we realize that again there is now the perception issue, whereby people do not easily trust websites that come from nowhere. None of us is a big star. The directors that we're not Kanye West, we're not Jay-Z, they don't know our addresses. So there is that thing. Even if we have an American bank that can even make the refund, because the American bank that sits between us and the customer. You pay, the money goes to the bank sends to the factory, that thing is shipped. The cloth is shipped. But still we have that to convince the world that we are the African Versace, we are the African H&M, and we are Saint Africa, celebrating African excellence through our art and clothes. So we decided now we're going to go to Amazon. But going to Amazon and going to Walmart means that we cut into our profit.
Yes.
If you buy directly on our website, we make more money. But when we go to Amazon, it will take a percentage. When we go to Walmart, but they have a bigger market. They are trusted. They are big brands. So that's how we maneuvered around that area. So I'm talking about rethinking how the operations. But for people in Uganda or people in Africa, is to rethink your human resource.
Wow.
Is to think your human resource. Yes, I'm brand-based marketing, but I also have passion for human resource, because it's the camel that will take you through the desert that we are going through.
Called the pandemic.
So it is important that you feed, you treat your camel well.
Well, this is your bench, and you're hearing that coming from Mr. Bedford Buyungo, who is a Pan-Africanist, an entrepreneur, the founder, and of course the CEO of these companies, and a director in some of these companies, and also a teacher, telling us the story of how we can navigate the turbulent path of attacking our businesses brought about by COVID-19 pandemic. In some countries it has become endemic, and in some communities it will continue to be the basic disease that is killing people, but we don't know how to deal with it. Well, we want to hear from you. Share with us your comments, kisses and disses. If you're listening, get a pen, get a paper, and take really some good notes. This time around is not just discussing leadership at that point. No, we are discussing leadership based on directions, change management, and how you deal with it, and we will get to the transformation. Over to you, Bedford, to point number 6.
Okay, I'll talk about the time to get out and chase for business.
Yes.
It's a link to some point we talked about the action element, and I led by example. I had business in Kampala, and I had to walk 42 miles, 4.5 hours to get that business done. So it's time to get out. So getting out, people are going to say, but I'm not an essential worker.
I don't have a car. I don't have a motorcycle. Let's wait until the 42 days is over, then we can do this business.
Yes. But we're glad we live in a day like this, a day of internet, a day of technology advancement, a virtual world. The countries I've traveled in these 3-4 days since they started, I've traveled many countries, and I've fixed many things in those countries using the internet.
Wow.
So assume that your GBs or megabytes is your transport to the different parts of the world, to the Chinese supplier that's going to supply you even after 40 days. Assume that that GBs is the transport that's going to make you network. That's going to make you meet. And
is your air ticket to fly to that place?
It's your air ticket. Things are cheaper these days, but it's your perception.
Wow.
So I've started on work in Liberia trying to get Liberia to be like Rwanda, like Kigali, Monrovia to change for the better, and I'm doing it here. So when the 42 days is done, I was supposed to travel. Yes, I'll go there physically, but I would say 50% of the work will be done. So I've been traveling back and forth using emails, so it's time to get out.
Yeah.
It's time to, because now, you know, when there's a rat race, you don't have time to think.
Yeah.
It's time to think about getting business from Okila Fitness.
Yeah.
You have time to read about Okila Fitness.
Yeah.
You have time to know what Okila Fitness needs.
Yeah.
In fact, the supermarkets, or what other people call stores, are open.
Yeah.
You can simply, if you're, for example, a marketing guy or designer, just walk through, buy a few products and pitch to them online.
Yeah.
People will love it. You're out of 50 businesses you've pitched to, maybe you'll get 10.
Yeah.
And those 10 will survive you.
Yeah.
For some
On
time.
that note, Bedford, if I may interject.
Yeah.
The creative industry have been struggling for a while, and you've just mentioned something that is key to cracking that code.
Yeah.
The designers have been home. Many of them are used to the traditional adman, life of I be in this ad agency. This is all I do is here, and they think for them. They do everything for them. But you're saying that. And then we're wondering, buy Uganda, build Uganda suffered over the years.
Yeah.
That, yes, we're saying buy Uganda, build Uganda, and then when you look at our product compared to a product coming from Kenya on the shelf in a store, then you wonder, it says, but this is more appealing to the eyes than the one that has very good things but is not appealing, and there's less information unless you know that this brand is made by Bedford Buyungo or Eddie Okila. You will even buy because of the individual attachment to them, but not because the brand or the product of that brand stand by itself. And you're saying that they should go into the supermarket and just pick a brand and pitch to them and see. Take us through that process. Typically, normally, when you're doing these things, is this something you do as a brand developer?
Okay.
And if yes, how many of them have responded to you? Because I've had so many people saying, Ugandans don't understand branding, Ugandans don't understand product packaging.
Yeah.
And one time I had a professor from, a Ugandan assistant professor based in Washington University, teaching design communication,
yes.
a former volleyballer. I'm very certain she's going to wake up to this, program. She's one of the people who follow you quite a lot. Professor Penina Chayo said that we have stopped designing, with the human element. And it says we need to design with the human touch.
Yeah, I agree.
I found that one very interesting. But over to you. How do you, get around, navigate about the difficult path of these brands not understanding, the product owners not understanding, and yet we need them to be able to build their brand in this particular time and space?
Okay, I'll pick from where the professor says we need to design from a human element.
Yes.
And I think what she means, she can correct me if I'm wrong, is that we need to develop design with emotion.
Yes.
Companies don't have emotions, do they?
No.
It's the people.
They have emotions.
So customers are the people, that have emotions.
Yeah.
So when she says human element, for me quickly, that's what I think she's meaning.
Yes.
So,
in fact, she called it the human-centered design.
Thank you very much. Human-centric.
Yes.
So, consumer-centric.
Yes.
And for me, the battle there she's speaking about is the battle for the mind versus the battle for the heart.
Yes.
I'd rather go for the battle.
For the heart.
Yeah, I'd rather go for your heart than your mind.
Yes.
This is what I mean, that when I'm coming from Entebbe to Kampala, probably I meet about 7-10 billboards, big ones, and I read them, but name them. And I understand what they are saying. My mind understands the English, my mind understands what they're communicating. But they're not touched my heart to really spend money. That billboard that I find, I'm like, I need to purchase this thing.
This product.
Then has touched my heart. You get what I mean? It is by the South African government to fix the artisans industry in South Africa. And yes, they had artisans who do things, pass on the craft to their children, but the industry wasn't growing.
Yeah.
And we have the same scenario here, where you have, you know, my father sold some artifacts, and then I learned how to do them. And it is an industry that really doesn't break the roof, the ceiling.
Yeah.
So my task was, how do we, you know, break the ceiling? It was simple. It was education.
So basically, you are touching on to what I call change management.
Definitely.
Managing that process from where they have been in that brand to where they want them to go.
Yeah. Change
Proceed.
management means how you see things.
Yes.
Differently. You're in the same spot. Everyone is in a pandemic.
Yes.
You can choose to look left, look right, look north, look south.
Yeah.
Whatever you choose, but the reason we're here is to challenge and tell our friends that they should look north, not east, not west, not south, but let them look north, where things are looking good. Let them have hope, and let them educate their minds, let them re-strategize, and then use the pandemic as a springboard to the next, you know, next business. So my challenge, why I'm sharing this, is for artisans or people in the media industry, or what you call advertising, to understand, or I'm challenging them to look at things differently. I personally, when you call me an artist, I look at you, I appreciate because of how you see me, but that's not really me.
I am more. You're more than that.
I'm a simple entrepreneur using art. You get what I mean?
Yes, yes.
So I'm an entrepreneur, and that changes my posture.
Okay.
Because when I'm an artist, you know what I'm looking at in my 24 hours? I'm looking about color. I'm talking about lines. I'm talking about texture. I'm talking about, you know, all those kind of things.
Yes.
But when I'm an entrepreneur, I'm looking about the consumer, I'm looking about the human resource element, I'm then looking about every aspect of the art.
Money, yes.
You get what I mean?
Yes.
So you ask me, have you ever, if I've ever gone to the, or if I go to the supermarket.
In fact, you picked it from the story of the South Africa and how you had to,
Yeah, so the supermarket or the store is not necessarily the supermarket.
Yes.
It could be. But the internet is also the supermarket.
Yes.
Look at it that way. The internet is also the store. You can walk through, you have 5,000 friends on your FB. 1,000 of them, or even 100 of them, are running a business or a small business. It could be cleaning services. So instead of sharing, you can also take that and interview those people. Oh, what do you do? You know, and then they'll say, I'm struggling with this, and then you can meet their need as an artist or as an ad man. So you need to look beyond Uganda. Ghana, Nigeria, Ivory Coast, Benin, all are close to Liberia. But Liberia gets their solutions from Uganda. But you can't say that I'm the most brilliant.
Yes.
But probably I was the most engaging.
That you are able to take the initiative to reach out to them, see where the gaps are, and tell them, look, I think I can provide solution to this process. And there the transformation will definitely come.
So I had to go to YouTube, see Monrovia, how it looks. Then I look at the signposts, the details, and then I'm like, they need something, a campaign to help them clean their city. When I talk to the VP on WhatsApp, she says, please come and help. Because I talked to her heart. You know, I talked where the need is situated, is located. And then I looked at their different kind of branding, and I gave her 5 points, and she said, please come, you're even late. Come and help. When someone says come and help, it's not like they are doing you a favor. They really need your services because it's about insights. You are able to. So the supermarket we are talking about is internet, but also the store. I remember I've gone to Kigali and walked through the stores, bought a few things, a few products to rebrand. I don't remember if I was successful in any, but that then built something in me that I always have to comb through and see the opportunities.
Wow.
So that created a foundation. And I remember I was leaving a job.
Yeah.
I left a job. The first thing I got to was a bus to Kigali many years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't know anyone in Kigali. So I sat and I'm like, if I'm not successful at home, I'm going to be successful in my neighbor's country.
Yeah.
So I got to Kigali and I got a room to sleep. The next morning I walked through. I didn't get business, I remember. I designed, sent to the guys, probably I didn't get replies.
Yes.
But it created a foundation of how I do my things.
Wow. Well, it is said that exposure is very key in developing a person and leading the person to the next level in their life. This is the CEO bench, and on the bench is Mr. Bedford Buyungo, who is a Pan-Africanist, an entrepreneur, Saint Africa, African Voyage, and there's a new product that is coming called a certain drink that is coming.
Kampala.
Okla.
Called Kampala.
Kampala is the drink that is coming, and he is touching the lives of so many people because he's been able to move across Africa, move across continents, and be able to open his mind to see. How many countries in Africa have you been?
I've been to almost every country using virtual, but I can't give you offhand physically the ones I've been to.
Yeah.
But maybe next time.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me just go through the 11 points quickly.
Yes, and I want to take a break, and when we come back, I want Bedford to pick it up from there. But just like I pose the question to Bedford, I want to ask you who is watching the show, who is a CEO, who is big host, thinking of becoming a CEO, or thinking of building your own brand or your own product. How many countries have you been in Africa so far? It will shape the way you think and the way you do things. Share with us your experience. We'll be right back after break. This is the CEO Bench. What did you want to be in life? And
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are over-learned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
if I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question I think to answer. I am a typical Lao man from Erute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tony Otoa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Yeah. Mr. Tony Otoa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Otoa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. Yeah. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I didn't know what I wanted to be.
Welcome back from that break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and in the studio is Mr. Bedford Buyungo, who is a Pan-Africanist, a man who thinks beyond the boundaries of Uganda, as well as an entrepreneur. And he is the founder and CEO of, Saint Africa, as well as the African Voyage, which is his other company making the boats here in Uganda, as well as the man who thinks for other businesses. At the moment, he's a consultant of the government of, Liberia, and of course, as many, he's a man who speaks directly to Professor Lumumba and helping him on many other things that we know. Welcome back to the show, Bedford. I wanted to take from point number 7.
Yeah. So, our point number 7.
Yes.
Allow me to complete that.
Please go from 6, actually. Yes.
Which was, this is very key to my heart. It's very important because I managed to see myself differently.
Yeah.
And then I didn't see myself as a creative director, art director in advertising.
Yeah.
So I would want to really extend help to the people who see, who are graphic designers, and probably see themselves at that point and they don't see anything beyond.
Yeah.
For me, it's simple. Seeing the art talent that you have as a business.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I mean?
Yeah, seeing the art talent you have as a business, not as just a mere
as
design.
As a craft that you're going to meet someone's need. So, in fact, Jay-Z has a very, a line that he put in one of his songs.
Yeah.
He said, I'm not a businessman. I'm a business, man.
Yes.
So he's not a businessman. The guy will get busy.
He'll get busy all the time.
He's a business himself.
So
see yourself as a business.
Yes.
And treat yourself as a business.
Yes.
Wow. You get what I mean? If you treat yourself as a business, that graphic designer, that art director, creative director, you will slightly see things differently.
Wow.
Because you are a business. So that means that if you are a business, then you need someone to take care of that business. So a business is handled in a different way.
Yeah.
So that helped me. Of course, I moved to creative, picked up the skill of research and development, which probably was something that actually has gotten me to meet many people, because that's one of the major needs right now in Africa. People need to create from scratch and then bring these things to life and to the shelf. So I'll go to the point number 7, which says be careful who you spend your time with.
Wow.
These are very simple things that we wrote, and we think I would love to use big words, but let me use things that people will understand. And be careful of who you spend your time with. Yes, I can spend my time with anyone, but there are people who speak to me, and there are also people I speak to. There is a need as a business, this Bedford, I'm a business.
Yeah.
You get?
Not a businessman, but I'm first a business and then a man.
Yeah. So
Yes.
a business has needs.
Yeah.
Of education. A business has human resource needs. It needs many things.
Yeah.
So when I realized that I needed a certain type of inspiration, I needed a certain type of people, I looked for them. And one of them is Professor Lumumba.
Wow.
So Professor Lumumba enhanced the Pan-Africanism in me.
Yeah.
And he splits it. He treats me like his son. I called him this morning when we were coming here. I told him, Professor, there is A, B, and C, and he was like, okay, maneuver like this.
Yeah.
Oh, how are you, son? How's Uganda? I'm reading news, and so it encourages.
Seeing a situation which doesn't look good, yes.
So Professor Lumumba enhances that bit, and then, of course, many other things I wouldn't say on the show.
Yeah.
So I looked for guys that can help me get to the next level. So I looked for Michael Jackson's vocal trainer since 1987, 2011.
Wow.
Dorian Holley. So I looked for Dorian Holley, not for anything else, because there's nothing he can give me that probably he didn't need anything from me.
Yeah.
But I looked for him because I had something I'm looking for, and that was the spirit of excellence. For you to have worked and trained Michael Jackson how to sing, and trained his backup singers
to match the kind of singing that he was looking for.
Yeah.
It's the sound and the voice that he was looking for.
And then performed in big arenas. Basically, you're working with the best entertainer ever lived on earth. There was something special that probably people didn't see in Dorian Holley. He's not that famous. He was the lead backup vocalist, and at the same time he was a vocal trainer, and he's done everything in singing. And I was like, I'm not a singer, but I need the spirit of excellence from this man. I looked for him and I got him, and he started mentoring me. Not like we are sitting down, and by talking to him, anytime I get the opportunity, he tells me things. I ask him about, how MJ, all those things. And he breathes in me the spirit of excellence, because you can't work with MJ and you're not excellent.
Yeah.
So the point was, mind who you work with. I'm not saying that we won't work with the people we are better than.
Yeah.
In fact, we should work with them, and they should benefit from us. But can they get anything beneficial from the well that is empty? It means the well needs to be fed with a stream of life, with a stream of water, and then others can draw from it. So it's two-way. There's people you need to learn from, and there's people who need to learn from you. Guess what? The people who want to learn from you, it's like a bee being attracted by a flower. But the people who need to, who you need to learn from, you're going to have to get out of your comfort zone and look for them. Because even them are looking
fit in their schedule.
And fit in their schedule.
Because one of the things is looking for them, and you don't fit in their schedule, so you will never work together.
Yeah, I'll give you a trick. Is to be relevant. If you're Killer Sports Fitness, offer them probably a free gig. Let them come and exercise. Because they are spending some money, they'll give you much more value than probably
and the little money they will give you at that point.
$100 per month.
Wow.
So to me, when I'm doing business, I split things into two. I have people who give me value, and then I have people who I get money from. So I don't see everything through the eyes of money. There is a value that is that's the foundation for all the money you want. You get what I mean? So it means that if I have Dorian Holley, anyone in that world is a phone call away. You get what I mean? If I have Professor Lumumba, everyone in that world is a phone call away. If I'm a friend to the Vice President of Liberia, Her Excellency Joel Taylor, and I speak to her the way I speak to Okila, it means I'm a phone call away. The thing is, I need to have something, I need a meeting. But you need that connection. And this is the time to make the connections.
Wow.
Because people are less busy, people are receptive, people are listening, they're looking for answers. It could be you that's providing those answers.
Wow.
So I'll go to the next point.
Yes.
Is to
this is point number 8.
Yes, it's linked to even some points we talked about. Is to learn something new. Someone will ask, you're talking about research and development. Someone will ask, you're talking about human resource. Where did you learn those things? I promise you, I won't lie. I didn't go to school to learn those things. Ask Elon Musk where he went and learned. You can go and ask Zuckerberg where he learned. And in fact, most of them will tell you that school or dropouts. It doesn't mean that when they dropped out of school, they started eating mangoes.
I mean, Amos Wekesa said it himself. Amos Wekesa says, I dropped out of school, but how many of us are consulting from Mr. Amos Wekesa as a tourism entrepreneur right now in Uganda and in Africa? And I think that there are probably bigger, tourism companies in Uganda, bigger than Great Lake Safaris. But the first thought when you think about travel is Wekesa, because it's been in everybody's faces and it's been able to at the forefront of everything. Yes, but over to you.
Yeah, so when people drop out of school, and I'm not saying people should drop out of school, it doesn't mean go and eat mangoes, relax. It means, in fact, dropping out of school puts even a bigger burden for you to learn, because you've comfortably or even negatively put yourself out of the measuring yard. You get what I mean? Because a degree
used to,
a degree measures you. It says you've studied 19 years from kindergarten to university. We award you the degree in such and such. It means you're graded. There's certain expectation of a degree holder, master holder, even a PhD. I'm just appealing to our viewers to humbly, even if you have a degree, learn something new and get out of the grading system. When you get out of the grading system, it means that you're going on a highway that probably you don't even know where it's leading, but it's going to be much faster.
And there are going to be a lot more accidents on the way, because the highway is very attractive to speed. And sometimes some people step on that pedal and say, yo, come on, man, let's kick these things. And they enjoy. And along the way, they forget that the highway always have the sharp corners. And, in some areas where they say, slow down, their arms ahead. And then they forget and they hit the arms and the car flies off. They lose, it's part of the car. Or if it's in a border motorcycle, you will fall down, you break a leg, you get up. I mean, those are the things they're talking about.
I'm talking about those. But when you go to the highway and you maneuver a sharp corner, you'll be the master of the sharp corners if you survive. So while you're seated at home, Google human resource, strategies, and as an artist, as an accountant, and then when the 42 days is done, put up a presentation to your CEO and tell them, I can be your CEO, your accountant, but I can also be the assistant human resource. And these are the strategies that will take us through. There's human resource, there's many things different companies need. You study because you work there and you learn. No one is going to come and give you that degree. But I promise you that when you present and it works, that degree is going to come in form of cash. You'll never lack that. It might not come soon, but when it comes, it will surely come. This is the time. You can, there's people who want to travel, say they just can't fit in this system here in Uganda. I give them the advice, get some little money and study a course from that very country you want to go to. Probably when you apply for their visas and you've studied there, even virtually, you'll be one of the guys to be considered. It's always that you need to look forward and then start moving,
Yeah.
Towards that direction. So my 9th point is invest in your business.
Yeah.
There's many ways you invest in your business. People are going to say we don't have money, we spent all the savings, but I see people online. I've hardly seen anyone say because of the pandemic they are not online.
And they are not eating also.
You got what I mean?
Yes.
So how they're eating, even their businesses need to eat.
Yes.
Investing in business is something, it's a homework I give to our viewers. How do I invest in my business? You invest in, of course, the physical, then the virtual things you can't see. Invest in your staff by Googling and sending them things. Get some time and invest. I stress human resource because that's the camel we talked about that will take us through the desert. Invest in those people. Actually, they are the business.
Wow. Bedford, I want to just interject there a little bit. A lot of time, just on the point number 9, a lot of time we looked into more about numbers.
Yes.
And I have been on a journey where people keep saying, numbers, we want to see big numbers, we want to see big numbers. I mean, how are you going to compete with these guys? How are you going to compete with these guys? You're supposed to compete with these guys. And the question of numbers have always been such a big problem. Yet, when I look deep down from my studies, I realize that every single thing that we have talked about on this show today is predicated on the fact that somebody was thinking.
Yeah.
And they thought about the process.
Yes.
And they looked through the corners of their thinking processes and said, I think this is going to work. And they never looked at it from a one-dimensional point of view.
Yes.
But probably looked at it from a three-dimensional point of view.
Yes.
And I draw my wisdom and understanding and thinking from this part when this story is talking about a man who was trying to go to another city, and he said, I must go through Samaria. And the people, you had about 12 men around him, and this guy says, you must be really crazy, man. You can't go through Samaria. We don't even mix with those people. We don't touch there. That's not a no-go area. We don't mix with those fellows.
Yeah.
Just the attitude of these people, he kept quiet, he didn't say a word.
Yeah.
But they set course to the journey where they were going.
Yeah.
And he said, must go through Samaria, which means they were going to a different destination altogether. And unfortunately, that destination is given to us.
Yes.
But what I learned from him is that when he said so, it is accounted for that he reached a certain place where he was thirsty.
Yes.
And he stopped and says, I'm hungry, I need some water. And then he sent all the 12 men to go and buy meat. So I kept asking myself, so send all the 12 men to go and buy meat. And then they came back and found a different story altogether. Bedford, I want to just put this to you. He had 12 men, but one man reached the entire city and took control of everything that we're looking for.
Yes.
And the question is, does the numbers really matter at the beginning? Should we look at the numbers at the beginning? Because one of the people who nominated you for the program said when he started the company in 2019, he had a good number of customers.
Yes.
But in 2020, when the pandemic came, by the time he was coming out of the lockdown, out of the 12, clients that had signed in, 6 of them were very good paying customers according to him. 3 of them cut off and he remained with 2, and eventually at some point he remained with 1. And now he has only 1.
Yes.
And he doesn't know how to grow the numbers back, and he's very afraid that the numbers have gone, so the revenue has gone down. And I keep saying, everywhere he goes, they tell him, but your company has only 1 customer. What if this customer terminates you? Is it not the end of you? So they look at his portfolio and say, we need your portfolio. At least we should see like the 10 companies you've worked for, 20 companies you've worked for. So the question of numbers have always remained a very serious thing. I want to go back to you and ask you, how do we navigate the path of numbers? Must everything start with numbers, or it can start with you? I mean, based on the story of the man I told you, the story is different. When the guys came back with food, they found when he said, I have need to eat that you know not of. And I got confused, said, but you were hungry, sent for food. Then now you don't want to eat. What's the problem?
Yes.
But he had such a big number. He said that when he spoke to a certain woman, the entire city came to him.
Yes.
But he started with one woman.
Yes.
And yet he had 12 men who didn't understand.
Yes.
The question of numbers for business people are usually such a big problem. Even on this show, some people will say, but you don't have numbers. The numbers are not showing very big. Yes. But when I go into the background, the numbers are so huge.
Yes.
There's an algorithm somewhere that gives me the numbers of people from all over the world. I know who is watching you now.
Yeah.
I know which country, which geographical location, what they're using. Are they using the mobile phone or they're using the computers?
Yes.
And I noticed that 68% of the people who actually follow the CEO bench is on their mobile phone.
Okay, that's great.
And 80% of them are women.
Wow, amazing.
And they spend 80%, in fact 63% are women, and they spend 80% total time watching the program.
Yes, yes, yes.
But yet, when you look at it from here, the number looks very small. How do you justify that? And how do you tell a person who is being told of the numbers now not making sense?
No, numbers is very important. As a strategist, as a marketer, research and development, everything I do that through numbers. I always have my big calculator on my desk. And that is what makes me different from probably other people. And I took my learning when I was under, when I decided to learn from Mr. Simpson Birungi, the chairman of Movit. That guy is a genius. We should invite him here. He's a guy who knows numbers, not your very hard numbers. How to multiply, how to divide, how to add. You can't say you're trying to market and you don't know how the turnover is going to be like. You don't know how to project. So numbers are very important. It's probably the reason we are in business. Because the more numbers I have, the more consumers I have, the more me as a Pan-Africanist, if I have, I can make sure we sell, say, 10 tons per week of Ugandan coffee abroad. It means more jobs. It means everything. It's numbers.
But can you start when you are starting from scratch, based on the story of my man there? I mean, everybody seems to be saying I need numbers now, but you can't have numbers at the beginning, such huge numbers at the
Definitely.
first go.
Numbers, I'm speaking it from a vision point.
Okay.
You need to have a picture of what you want, and then you get there. I'll use an analogy. I love using analogies because it helps people understand better. If I want to be a pilot, what business am I doing in Qatar with bike sellers? What business do I have to do with them? It means probably I need to hang around Uganda Airlines, I need to sit with pilots. You meet them, and then they'll enhance your thinking, they'll tell you things you didn't know, and probably you'll gauge and say, I'd be a pilot or I'm not a pilot. This is not my thing, according to the explanation. The knowledge is there free, people give it to you free of charge. When I started working as a consultant at the airline, I started seeing pilots the same way I see you. Not the same way I used to see them. I used to see, because they fly things in the sky, they must be angels. They're human beings like you and me. And then when you ask them, they'll tell you, it needs 100,000 to fly Boeing to and fro. And then you calculate, okay, if I want to buy a private jet, does it fit in? You get what I mean? So numbers from a point of vision. And then you start working towards it. Numbers guide me a lot when I'm doing strategies. Because they show so when I calculated in Uganda shillings how much money the average guy gets per month in Monaco, it's 56,000 million.
Oh, $56 million.
No, Uganda shillings.
Oh, 56 million Uganda shillings. Okay.
That's earning for a top CEO in Uganda. The other side, it is what is the basic. what every human being in Monaco. Numbers from the point of human resource, if 37 million can have 37,000 people can have an economy that gets the basic guy to get 56 million Uganda shillings. Then on the side of people who think that you need a bigger human resource to create that, it has proved you wrong already, because fewer people have a bigger economy. So you come back to Uganda, where you have 45, let's say, million people, whose GDP per capita is 860,000. No, 860 USD. So when you put it in Uganda shillings, the average guy in Uganda gets like 120,000 per month. And you know that's the money you pay your maids. Or people, many people, that's the money they pay. So the guys who calculate GDP are not just talking, you know, GDP per capita are not just talking things from the air. They really sit down and calculate, and it makes sense for me. So I'm like, that's when I started Monaco, it gave me courage that I don't need 100,000 people to make Africa better. You need just a few thousands to look in the right direction, very inspired, very knowledgeable, to get the continent forward. That's numbers.
Wow.
You get what I mean?
Yes.
But also I kind of was like, for example, the other day President Museveni gave an example of Walmart having a bigger economy than that of East Africa. When I know you've been to Nairobi.
Yes.
Nairobi is such a big city, big economy, almost the third on the continent. Very thriving. But when you mirror it against the Walmart economy, it's cartoon.
It's not even there. It doesn't suffice. It's not closed.
Because East Africa has about 7 countries, isn't it? 6 to 7
6 now.
6.
So it's Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, and South Sudan that is coming. Yes. 6.
6.
Yes.
6 economies can do better than just one store, one supermarket.
Yes.
So that's numbers. It helps you put things in perspective. Makes you know that you're not doing well. Because that's the measure. And then you start moving forward. So it's not numbers that I need numbers today, because for you to be relevant to the numbers is to have something to provide to the numbers. And I encourage all businessmen, all artists, all marketers to always think about numbers. So Walmart, for example, their turnover is 559 billion USD. The turnover of East Africa, or GDP, is 193 billion
dollars.
6 countries against
one supermarket.
So against one supermarket in some part of the world. So Walmart employs about 1.5 million people in every store. You can imagine the population of East Africa. So you have 1.5 million people against 80 million people, or plus, against 120 million plus. So 1.5 million people are able to do bigger things than 120 million people. Numbers help you to put things in perspective, and then you start moving forward.
Bedford, thank you so much. I want you to go to point number 10 as we close up. Our time is fast spent, but I want to say thank you very much. Mugambwa Robert said great conversation, and I think he's enjoying the conversation and the numbers. Thank you very much, Mugambwa Robert, as well as my friends from Rwanda, Burundi. Thank you very much. They said when enjoying the interview. I've seen comments coming from guys who follow you in Nairobi saying thank you very much for having the gentleman on the show. How old is he? They are asking how old are you to have these great insights about the stuff that we're talking about here. The CEO Bench is about leadership, change management, and transformation. And all we've been talking about here, from the votes that came in, the 30 votes that came in, we wanted Bedford Buyungo to come back to the program and give some nuggets of truth about how we can help our struggling businesses. This is from the private entrepreneurs corner. And of course, I think that he's been able to give that, coming from the background of a brand developer, product developer, marketer, an advertiser, and an entrepreneur, and a Pan-Africanist, thinking at a different level altogether. Bedford, if you'll pick it up from point number 10 as we close.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm enjoying the viewers' comments as well.
Yes.
I'm 43 years in August.
Wow.
So I was born in 1978.
Yeah.
And yes, I know I probably look old. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, in a different part of the world, my age, you're very old.
Yeah.
You know, being there, done that.
Yeah.
In this part of the world,
You're just starting.
We're just starting.
In fact, we make money when we're 40 plus. They said we start to become serious at 45.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we don't live a very healthy life to see us enjoy that, because at 40 we are dying. I mean, how many of our colleagues have died at 40?
Yeah.
Because they are not living a very healthy life,
yeah,
and a fit life to be able to enjoy the start of this process of the journey.
Yes.
And so one of the things that I'm trying to do in many of my thinking right now is to turn my skills and my training of health and fitness,
yes,
to be able to make other people become successful.
Yes.
And I believe that if I make them become successful,
yes,
in being healthy and fit,
yes,
I will make money off all my life. The
Great.
reason
Right.
being, if they are successful, they will always not forget the water that, you know, the hand that was feeding them.
Definitely.
I mean, if I train 1,000 people, give information to 1,000 people, I'm hoping that maybe about 500 will come back. The other 500 will throw me off
No,
balance.
the 500 will come.
Yeah, but there's a 500 people who are going to come. So yes, you're right when you say the age. And until we need to pick up from the health and fitness point of view as, you know, CEOs and entrepreneurs at your level if you've reached, to be able to think serious. Guys, health and fitness is key. And I think that COVID-19 is helping us settle the boat, the balances, you know, checking us there and right and left and center, that you are home. By the time you're coming back from the 42 days, you probably put on so much weight, you know, the anxiety has kicked in. You cannot think very well for your business because you are unfit and unhealthy at the same time. And that means that your productivity, like Bedford said, in the other part of the world, 43, they are retiring. You know, in this part of the world, 43, we are starting and yet we are dying. So we have not started, we are not even not there.
Yeah.
Unless we're able to work our way stronger and more fitter. But over to you, Bedford. Sorry, I had to interject with that point because you touched something quite very important in this discussion.
No, that's very important.
Yeah.
There is something I call the fast tracking of the African mind.
Yes.
And that's what we need.
Yeah.
In terms, in the area of health, in the area we need to fast track our thinking.
Yes.
And if you were miseducated for 19 years, you need to unload the 19 years fast. And then retape.
Yes.
If it was, you know, like the video
Yes.
recording, and retape new knowledge.
Yes.
And then get on the faster lane we talked about,
Yes.
and then run.
Yes.
If it's a race, 100 meters dash, and you're against Usain Bolt and all that,
Yes, yes.
just know that Usain
Tyson
Bolt,
Gay, yes.
Tyson Gay,
Yes.
they are at the 50-meter mark,
Yes.
and you're on the 0 mark. Appreciate it that way. That's how we started.
Yeah.
That you need to appreciate that you are locked down for 42 days.
Yes.
But the other world is moving,
Yes.
and they are much more better than you. They have system, they have addresses, which mean everything. They have social security, they have everything.
Yeah.
And you are at the 0 mark trying to
catch up with
Yeah.
them.
So my 10th point is find someone to mentor you.
Yeah.
My 11th point, I guess.
Yes.
Find someone to mentor you.
Yeah.
I touched about it a little bit, but let me stress it out that we need to find someone.
That is actually point number 10.
Yeah.
We wrapped up 10 and 11. Yes, you said you
Yeah.
put 11 point. Yes.
Yeah. We need, you need to find someone to mentor you in the area of health.
Yeah.
If that's the need you have. You in the area of business. Like I have a few mentors and I treat them like fathers. I told you the guy who taught me how to calculate, how to use the calculator was someone who even has no degree. but I appreciated his touch. I mirrored him against people who have degrees and economists, and I'm like, I'm going with this guy who employs 3,000 people, pays them every 2 weeks on time.
Yes, and runs the company that supplies East Africa, and now I think it's Africa.
He's in 9 countries.
Yes.
I'm like, this guy, he has to be my mentor in the area of finance, in the area of numbers.
Yeah.
So occasionally I check on him. Even yesterday I sent him, MZ, I hope you're well. And he said, yes, I'm good. How about you? I said, I'm good. So in the area of spirituality, I have my mentor. In the area of excellence, I have the Michael Jackson guy. You know, he's 64. Dorian Hall is 64. Yes. He's retired. Yes. He's still you know what I mean?
Yes.
But I'm making use of him.
Yeah.
And guess what? If Michael Jackson paid him, he's giving me free knowledge.
Wow.
I have Professor Lumumba, because that is the direction I'm taking. As a Pan-Africanist, I need a Pan-Africanist who can easily introduce me to people. I need a Pan-Africanist who tells me, I think you're going on the wrong trajectory. I think this is it. We need Pan-Africanists who not just talkers but doers. So that's what Professor Lumumba tells me. So occasionally, I think for you to hire Professor Lumumba to speak, you'd have to pay 6,000 USDs. He gives me that knowledge for free. You get what I mean? Of course, a mentor will have to appreciate your hunger and then start, you know,
feed the hunger.
Yeah, but these are people who've done things, and I'm saying they are not leaving me behind. I'm going with them. Let me go on the Kameme, but I'll reach. Eventually, I'll be able also to mentor others.
Wow. Let's go to point number 11 as we close the show.
Of course, point number 11 is learning from experience. We had the first pandemic, and if we didn't learn anything, the second pandemic is clearly telling us that the world is on reset. If you think that you're going to open up a shop, a cloth shop, and sell the way you used to sell before COVID, then it's like you're waiting for the ship at the airport.
Wow.
Things have changed.
Wow.
Things are very virtual. If you think that your human resource staff is going to be able to work the way they used to work, then you're wrong, because these people, while at home, they've been introduced to many other things. Some of them are learning new skills. So if you view them the way you used to view them before, it's like waiting or winking at a woman in the dark.
Wow.
You better stand and appreciate that things have changed. Take stock.
Wow.
Sit down with a paper and pen and say human resource. Plot it and say things have changed. Interview your staff. You know, ask them what they want to be in 5 years. I promise you they'll tell you different things. They've learned things. Some of them know what is working and what is not working. So I want to thank you for the opportunity of hosting me here. For the viewers who who've been watching us, the people who nominated me, and I want to tell them that or give them encouragement. I shouldn't give. They should still have hope that things are going to be better, and they should look north. And of course, if they are spiritual, God will come to our rescue. And but God has to find us doing something. They need to learn. They need to have their visions clearly written, because that will help the posture they're going to take. And also to remind them that we as research and development fellows are constantly coming up with ideas of how to make things better. For example, we are going to have the cheapest mortgage in the world. And you and I are going to work on that. We'll have the cheapest mortgage in the world. Housing is going to be
something that has never been discussed before, something has never been thought about before.
Definitely.
Something that people have never even thought about in their wildest imagination.
Yeah, housing is going to be a human right.
Yeah.
We're going to make it here in Uganda. You and I and our team,
Yes.
we're going to make it happen. It's not going to be that for you to own a house, you've succeeded. That would be the foundation and not the limit.
Wow.
To your success.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Well, Bedford, thank you so much for coming to the CEO Bench today. I would like to say we are really extremely humbled to have you back on the show today. And I think that those who have nominated you have not gotten anything short than their expectations were at the beginning, and that informed their decision to nominate you to come back to the show. And to everyone out there, thank you very much for being part of the show. I would like to say thank you, and we're looking forward to having you anytime we have the vote. The CEO Bench is purely about the vote. You see the person, you don't understand them, but you hear about them and you want them to come. We created this platform so that they can come and share their ideas. 1.5 hours of them sharing their ideas, sharing their thoughts, and of course their experiences in the area of leadership, change management, and transformation. Until then, we want to say thank you and keep it a CEO Bench. Like Bedford Buyunga said, we're working on something. Again, don't wink on that woman in the dark. As the pandemic comes, that's a learning for today. As you come out the 42 days, please put the light, put the glasses, and see the beauty of that human being called the business that God had placed before you. And like you said, you have to make sure that you don't wait for God to find you when you are seated. Rather, God should find you when you're walking. Until then, keep it the CEO Bench. Bedford Buyungo, Ed Your Killer, signing out.
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep.
I hear the calling, I understand. Deep in the soil, the love of the land. Oh, how my heart longs to be there again. Like the days of my dreams, and the nights alone by your streams. Feel the magic, I feel the peace. With the lions, wildebeest. With the eagles flying high.
I want to take you to Mbale, and I want to take you to Ankole, and I want to take you to Uganda, and I want to take you to Busoga.
There goes my soul, there goes my mind. All the beauty you could ever find. My motherland, oh my motherland, my motherland. Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand. Like a song of my soul, how my story will unfold. I love, 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 I love Uganda. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Ankole. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Madi. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Lubara. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love my motherland. Oh, my motherland. I feel the magic, I feel the peace on the savannas, the mountain peaks, like the great days of old, when the Nile overflowed, abundance across the land, and the people down hand in hand.
Tienda, nene chirisa, tienda, nene chirisa, tienda,
Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand. Like the song of my soul, how my story will unfold. Jenna, Jenna did this. Jenna, Jenna did this.
I want to take you to Mbale, and I want to take you to Ankole, and I want to take you to Uganda, and I want to take you to Busoga.
Sawe tuse kwejijo kebera kola bekubudde dobozi lidi noguno omujaja n'amabidde
Sesamu enkuwereza ntudde ku kyoto mba Kampala sitenze bamanyini n'akatinko
kuza bamanya oluganda lw'enkuba sirina budde murape Kampala bwewa n'akatinga budde
wereza amatooke ne lumonde saako n'ebinyeebwa akatunkuma amayuni kingere ndese Luganda
ipiaddi je watugamba ffe tulinze stories elevation kopi nga zitunze
soka video zimwana nsulewo busingo malenta balezi bi
mijoji nejinaddabo
pause nange bwentyo n'okuzaalira eggwanga lino nga sinavaawo
anazaala teyeerangirira gwejjayo sitolezo oba okuba bulango genda bwerange ku laadiyo abawala b'omu Kampala nze mwannema akajanja mwagala okukwanibwa naye okuzaala nedda
ogambye eki guno omulembe ki tunazaala tutya abaana nga temwe muliyala mukwanisa obusente ng'ate tebuliiwo okwana agine beti nga tosula wa Sofi
bwe mba nsula wa Sofi ye yangwana mulwaki ansa yammwe yes buli abagambako mwagala abasajja bokka bajjayo zidoola zino ennaku bwe ngula ekikomando nti nedda
topiki njikoye tudde ku birala obonga nani mu Uganda sizomya nti yeeno
mbonga n'oyo yenna n'akyusa eggwanga anajja bw'emize emibi wano ng'okusumagira
mbonga n'oyo yenna anaafanga ku bakyala breast cancer amalwaliro tulina matono
mbonga n'oyo anaaleeta enkyukakyuka mu nsi okusoma nsome nga nkimanyi omulimu weeguli
mbonga n'oyo anaakendeeza kutya gaasi kuba ku kampasi ng'oyo okwekalakasanga
nze mbonga n'omusajja najjawo ebinnya mu kkubo alwanyisa enguzi ng'eno asasula n'abasomesa
mbonga n'oyo yenna anaafanga ku bavubuka kulwanyisa yala mu zigeto ffe tuba bubbi
mbonga n'oyo yenna nga masita pulaana akoleyo site mu Uganda nga tulina endala
mbonga n'omusajja anaafa ku muntu w'ensi akendeeza akabeeyi ka sukaali kake wansi
mbonga n'oyo mu nsi yange atatunda bintu kuba mmanyi nti saawa yonna nanga ntundiramu kati gwe bonga nange
bonga nange
obonge nange
obonge nange
bonga nange
nkugambye bonga nange
tobonga n'abayaye bw'oba ojagala okukyusa bonga nange
bonga nange
obonge nange
obonge nange
kugambye bonga nange
nze nkoyo kubonga
tobonga n'abayaye bw'oba oyagala okukyusa
Signalise for Royal Highness drift on the beat Big Mott peace music
naye tebantegeera bangi bantegeera naye tebandaba bangi bandaba naye tebantegeera bangi bantegeera naye tebandaba bangi bandaba naye tebantegeera bangi bantegeera naye tebandaba ontegeera otya kuba buuka soko sembere ng'ontunuulira ontya twali twesisinkanyeewa naye ekyo nga tonnakiddamu mbulira onzudde otya bubadde onnoonya mbulira obuuzizza otya yana akutumya oyo akusudde ku kyokya sembera lekera okwemotya weebuzaabuza tunula mu maaso toweetya abamu bamanyi nga rapa bamu bamanyi nga b-boy sibyowakana abamu bamanyi nga eddoboozi eryogerera omuntu owa wansi yonna gyendi abamu bamanyi nga yimba kyendi abalala banda babuuza musomesa wuuyo abatamanyi bo bawuza fala wuuyo nakyo kinkolera kuba mbayita kuli talaba olwo abagamba nti nina amaaso ana abiri gali maaso abiri gali mabega nkoto lwaki balowooza bwe batyo kuba nzinengera gyenva nekyengenda bangi bandaba naye tebantegeera bangi bantegeera bangi bandaba naye tebantegeera bangi bantegeera naye tebandaba bangi bandaba naye tebantegeera bangi bantegeera naye tebandaba abafere bantya bwe bandaba bo tebaddamu kucacyanca bakirako bingubiridde mu kyenkya anti ndi mubufu obukodyo nina nkuyanja bategera waggulu nempita wansi ne banteeka ku kkono nempita ku ddyo mbaleka basembye kya bulijjo obukodyo bwegaba mazzi ewange yeewali ensulo ewange gyensulo olumu onoonya n'ombula olumu nsula nkola olumu nsiba ntabaalira ekumpi n'ewala sinti mbeewala mirimu gyenkola gyanfulira natalabika ninga mazzi gansuwa bangi bandaba naye tebantegeera bangi bantegeera naye tebandaba 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 amagezi ganeesera abateesi baneesiga ate abagezigezi bo batandika okuneesiga kuba bakungula ebiva mu nsigo z'ensiga ate ab'omululu bo baswama bakerako ensega mujja kunzisa enseko kubandaba nze musumba olumu gotayawula mu ndiga nkulengera nga tondaba era nga sinnaba kulabika nsirika nga gwolokopya tonnalabuka nsiterebuka ate era sittakibe nga sinnakikenenya ndusu nze ndi ku manduso n'olwekyo kakkana nkujje ekifu ku maaso bagamba nkyekuba omunaku tekya eyange yakya naye abalala nenjikeesa era bwe njagala neebaka otulo n'obudde nenkeesa awakana kikyoteesa bangi bandaba naye tebantegeera bangi bantegeera naye tebandaba 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 Abrams Techa
Another day in the life of a cat named Dale. I'm thinking and scheming of ways how to stack that mail. I'm on the road, so you know I really can't slouch. Got the grind, so I hustle all night till it's daylight. They like, Jeezy, what's poppin'? Where you be now? Don't wanna know if I got some brand new shit out and why I don't hang out much. I'm like, wait, I've been working on some different things to get paid. I'm a hustler, so you know I got the chest paper. You know you can't eat if you don't get your weight up. It's time to stack these chips and make those hits. You know I love to leave good, plus my son gotta eat well.
Hustle, make that paper, stack some chips and get paid. Get your way, your chest on cheddar, stack your chips, go get paid. Time to hustle, make that paper, stack some chips and get paid. Get your way, your chest on cheddar, stack your chips, go get paid.
Nelly kuba golo okusinga okwogera ebigambo ne batenda nga bamanyi g'okukyusa embeera ate ne basunga kugattagatta bongo manyi n'empisa okusinga ntuuke ku lyengedde bampita omu kubasinga kulwanyisa mpewo enzigi nziguddewo mikisa mpezeza mingi n'abatesibiddeko nsonda byanca kubanga nekkubo gazeemu nnyo na sukaali bwe mmala ntegeka ekyenca byanca entuyi z'olaba ntegeka fyuca mpubye okupatikana nnemeddeko nnwanyi masajja ninda binajja sebo si byoya byanswa Uganda byenkoledde matenda olugendo lwanca
Get your hand up just like cheddar, stack your chips, go get paid. Time to hustle, make our favors, stack some chips and get paid. Get your hand up just like cheddar, stack your chips, go get paid. The plot thickens, the hands on the clock steady ticking. Time to get ready to flip another chicken. The streets is rough and tough out here, ain't nothing for free. So you gotta strive just to get a grip. And so I stay busy, slanging CDs, distributing my product all over this class city streets. It's a roller coaster ride, so I'm strapped, no doubt. I heard them niggas say money makes the world go round. I'm a hustler, so you know I got to get paid. But you know you can't eat if you don't get your weight up. Time to stack those chips and make those hits. You know I love to live good, plus my son gotta eat. So make our papers, stack some chips and get paid. Get your way up just like cheddar, stack your chips, go get paid. Time to hustle, make our papers, stack some chips and get paid. Get your way up just like cheddar, stack your chips, go get paid. Time to hustle, make our papers, stack some chips and get paid. Get your way up just like cheddar, stack your chips, go get paid. Time to hustle, make our papers, stack some chips and get paid. Get your way up, just that cheddar, stack your chips, go get paid. You know what you gotta do, don't you? But did you know how you gotta do it? Look, classy, you get your hustle on. QG, get your hustle on. Whole world, get your hustle on. GNC, we gotta hustle on. JT, get your hustle on. Everybody get your hustle on. Get your hustle on.
To present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
is Divine Bamboo in a nutshell?
Okay. So Divine Bamboo is an innovative forestry and energy company. It's a Ugandan company. And our mission is to stop deforestation in Uganda. We do that through the promotion of bamboo as a sustainable alternative to cutting down traditional hardwoods. So that was my motivation really, because Uganda is losing so much tree cover. We are losing so much forest because mainly of the need to cook. So because of fuel wood in the form of charcoal and firewood, a lot of people don't have a choice but to go to the forest and cut down trees. Yeah. And so we wanted to provide an alternative to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so when you started to provide an alternative to this, how has this been received by the people that you're talking to?
So of course, with any new innovation, it's not straightforward. Yeah. You don't get the idea today and then the idea is mature. Yeah. First of all, the idea, the business model takes time to develop. Yeah. And in the same way, the audience, the customers also need time to adapt to the new products and like the new plant in this case. So it's a gradual process, but I would say that we are seeing very positive change.
Okay.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying I have a foot amongst the millennials. Yeah. And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand. Yes. Remember Prince? Yes. Prince.
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep. That's a fake. Yeah. So let's be very honest about this thing and really understand that you need to understand where you lie and where you fall. So it's very important for us to understand that leadership has to be definitive. You can't be laissez-faire. It has to be definitive. You have to be strong, just like a lion. You know, when a lion meets an elephant or a buffalo or whatever, the buffalo and all these animals run away. And yet, by the way, they are stronger than the lion. They are heavier than the lion. They are more intelligent than the lion. They are taller than the lion. They run away. The lion, because of its attitude, it sees lunch. That is a leader.
Mr. Tonatra, thank you very much for coming to the CEO bench. And I want to ask you, so if you were elected the President of the Republic of Uganda today, what would be your first State of Nation address? Now, as you look into the camera and close the show.
I think my first State of the Nation address would first of all to... I
I think I'll just close it there.
Sylvester, let's talk about the multilingual. I mean, this is really a very great piece of work. You've talked about multilingual, and we've seen a girl there singing in Lutoro. That's the first time I've never heard of a rapper in Lutoro, in that language. So yeah,
no, I know. Actually, she was rapping in no, that's
Runyoro.
That's Runyoro.
Runyoro, yes,
that's
yes,
Runyoro,
yes.
Yeah, but it being a multilingual platform, it has also introduced us to, languages, more and more languages, because it's an expression of culture. So people come with different languages. For example, like the first time I had Kumam. Do you know that there's a language called Kumam?
Yes, yes.
Kumam,
yes,
but
it's between Teso and Animal, yes, yes.
But it's a tribe of like they have a small population.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. So that was the first time I was like, wow, what language is this? And she said there were two guys, they're Kumam.
Yes.
And they featured on the 2015 album.
Yes.
And it was sounding so nice that you're forced to ask what language it is, you know, and it was so nice. Then there are some languages, you know them, but you've never had someone, use them in a song as an expression, like Lugisu, like Kejong, and so many others. Yes, others who've gone up listening to them, but we've never had someone, using them in a rap song. So it has been an eye-opener even for us as organizers, listening to different, expressions in various languages. So we welcome everyone, to express themselves freely. And Faisal Chwewa, the director of Baimba, the first time he had Big Ben, one of the participants in the 2013 Boot Camp, he had him rap in Lugisu, and he thought it was a language from South Africa, like one of those languages from South Africa. Like it was sounding so nice. It was like, wow, what language is this? Is this from South Africa? So that's how it is. It has been an interesting journey as well. That we're discovering these languages. We know them, but we know it's a different way when someone uses it in a song as an expression. It's a very good feeling.
Welcome to the Creative Industry Talk this week. My name is Eddie Okila, and returning on the show from the break, along all it a break, is a resident panelist, is a creative mind, is the founder and artistic director of Bayimba International Foundation, a cultural foundation here promoting culture, art, and music all across the world. We all know Bayimba, and of course we all know our brother from another mother, Faizo Chiwewa. Welcome back to the show, and of course, Happy New Year! Happy New Year. 2022, we are here. Yes. First of all, how was your holiday?
It was great. I had a lot of fun. I went mountain climbing.
Okay.
So, and I enjoyed it. A bit of snow and relaxing.
Okay.
So I'm totally refreshed.
Yes. When you say you went mountain climbing, was it at the State House in Lunkulu because it's an island?
Lunkulu has no mountains.
You could have been climbing the trees, the tall trees in the place.
No. I was somewhere in Italy with the family, so I had some kind of like holiday.
Yeah, okay.
And this was amazing. Yeah.
Oh, great. Welcome back from the break, and also we want to take the opportunity to welcome you to 2022.
Yeah.
It's just the 10th day of the year of our Lord, 365 days. We've only done 10.
Yeah.
Yes, 11.
And we're already worried.
Yes, and we're already concerned.
Yeah.
Well, but on a lighter note, I want to take opportunity to welcome every single one of you guys out there to the program. This is the Creative Industry Talk, where we get to discuss everything about creativity and everything about creative thinking, from the music, art, entertainment, culture, and of course creativity springs across all of that. Okay, marketing and communication is all creativity. And of course, today's topic is very interesting. But first, I want to welcome all of you guys from all across the world. Edwin, welcome back to Uganda. You've been watching the show all the way in Germany, but now you're in Uganda. You can actually catch up with Faizo Chiwewa, when the show is over, and, have a word with him in Kampala.
Is he vaccinated?
Yes, I think he's vaccinated because
meet up
he's in the country at the moment. That's a big fan of the Creative Industry Talk and held as Wisdom Circle. And of course, I want to talk to you guys out there who are watching the show from all across the world, either in the US, in Australia, in Germany, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Congo. We have got some guys in Togo. We've got some guys in Ouagadougou. Man, the Creative Industry Talk is going places. Some guys in Kenya, watu wa Kenya, Niaje, Tanzania, habari ya leo, okay? And all of you guys who speak Kiswahili, welcome to the program. We're live on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Please go there, subscribe, and be part of the family growing bigger and better. Subscribe to that there on the screen, and then be part of the family. Faizo, we want to start the show from a very lighter note. The president addressed the country recently. And he said that Uganda is finally, going to be free. And the creative arts schools opened this week. And of course, they're going to be, going back to business after 2 years.
Yeah.
The creative minds in the children were dead. I think they could not think anymore because COVID, they've been in a lockdown for this long. So we are grateful that Uganda is finally open and kids are going back to school. And also he said that the art and culture industry or creative industry can finally now go back.
On the 24th.
Yeah, the 24th, and particularly the music, performing art, and of course the theater and drama, and all the things are now opening up. What does this really mean, but to the industry?
I think it's really a very good opportunity. Of course, it's been overdue. I wouldn't say that the arts have been completely silent. People have been doing a few performances, not all the art forms, but a few have been operational, not officially off the hook. But now, at least now that it's official, so we can easily start planning our calendars and our events. Actually, we've already set up our first event on the 5th of February. So for those who have seen it, so you'll be happy to join us and celebrate the birthday of Bob Marley on Lunkulu Island.
Okay.
So it's going to be fascinating with all the SOPs and trying to keep the numbers low.
Okay.
So this is what it means, that people have been really eager to get out to start planning. And I think this gesture of saying now he has officially opened the industry, it's really good that now we can start thinking on how we are going to engage.
Okay. And talking of that, Faisal, I want to take you to the first question of the day. Of course, I would like to ask the team to first put the questions up on the screen, the topic on the screen, so that everybody can check in out. We're talking about the challenges of 2022, okay? 2022 challenges for the independent creative art scene.
Yeah.
And when we talk about the independent creative art scene, what does we mean? We're going to talk about it. I want you to join in into this conversation and send us your kisses and disses, send us your comment, and we'll be able to talk about it. What are the challenges that you see that is coming up, and of course that we can look into and have a discussion here. But first I want to take you straight to when we talk about the independent creative arts, what are we really referring to from that point of view?
Yeah, I think the independent creative arts is where you find individuals like you and I, who are really hustling on their own, trying to make ends meet, or trying to create work, or trying to develop their skills, or trying to be part of an industry that they are who they are as artists. So the independent art scene is really, we look at like filmmakers, we look at musicians, we look at theater practitioners, playwrights, and then there is the independent. These are the individuals who are doing things off like without rules. They don't follow anyone's rule. They don't. They're just doing what they love, and they're not really being guided by principles or whatever. But they just want to do what they love. And then the non-independent art scene is really, you find the the legal, the policy, the government, the social culture of the arts, where like government institutions or foundations that are really working with a pool of grants and support structure. But the independent art scene is really like, you find individuals like who are doing their work, and they're trying to survive, and they're trying to make ends meet, at the same time doing what they love. Yeah.
Okay. And on that note, Faisal, when we talk about this independence, what are we looking for from this independence? I mean, you say they don't usually follow the normal rules that are set in place. They are creative. What makes them so unique to the industry?
I think every time, most of the time, it's always important to have a free independent art scene, because that's where most of the independent art scene is there to challenge the normal, to challenge the status quo, to give you a different perspective when it comes to arts. Most of the artists, sometimes they are independent, but they're not actually independent, because there's a lot of fatigue when it comes to censorship, self-censorship. So you find people who are supposed to be independent are not actually, because they are worried about, if they are too independent, then they might not be able to survive in the market. And also, if the market does not understand what it means to work with independent or appreciate, even in the rest of the world, when you go to places like Europe or America, you find that the independent art scene is always struggling. It's always called the underground. They're always like, we are trying to make ends meet. They're earning little. They're creating small things out of their own pockets. They are really struggling, and they don't easily get funding, because they don't have like official or professional structures like institutions or registrations, organizations. Some of them don't have bank accounts. So they are really like doing things off the book, but they're doing what they love. That's the most important thing. So giving such artists an opportunity to express themselves the way they should really gives an opportunity to the industry to kind of test a different aspect of the arts, the way they are presented.
Wow. Yeah. Well, we are talking to Faisal Chiwewa right here about the 2022 challenges that faces the independent art, creative minds, and in the art industry, in the scene of creativity in Uganda. What are your says? What are your thoughts? What do you have to say? What kind of challenges do you think, they face in 2022, and how can we, talk about the, solutions to this problem? We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Faisal and I are going to dive deep into the question of how do we make this better. Stay right there. We'll be right back after this. This is the Creative Industry Talk.
So distinguishing prose poetry and drama.
Yes.
this is an academic question.
Yes.
So let me just be frank with it. So we have literature. Literature can easily simply be defined as the creative expressions of a given culture, of a given people. And it is normally done through writing, through singing, through speaking. Now, literature is that creative expression that focuses on the written word. As you hear the word itself, literature, literate, meaning to write. Now, we are going to restrict ourselves to three things. So we talked about prose, we talked about poetry, we talked about drama. Now, prose is that kind of creative expression that is more elaborate. It is more elaborate. So if you're reading a novel, if you're reading a short story, if you're reading a biography, that falls within if you're an essay, that is in a form of prose. Now poetry is more rhythmic. It is briefer, and in most cases we use a lot of descriptive and colorful language. So if you look at a novel and a poem, what a novel can say in 200 words, a poem can say in 1 page. Now, those are the differences between the poetry.
That's the difference between these.
Yes. Now, when it comes to drama, the way you hear the word, drama is language in action. Language in action. So drama is that kind of written literature where you capture characters talking. But from what they talk, for you the reader or the listener, you can infer what is taking place. So drama is always takes place when characters are either talking to themselves or they're talking to others.
Now I'm going to talk to my people.
Yes.
Because I like what, as we are saying, vive la France, vive la francophonie. So, le leadership, c'est quoi? Le leadership, ce n'est pas le fait d'intimider les gens ou bien de dominer les gens, non. Le leadership, c'est le fait d'aider les gens à suivre le bon chemin. Parce qu'il y a des gens qui sont là, ils ne savent même pas par quel chemin emprunter. Il y a des gens qui ont même étudié, mais ils ne savent pas quel business ils doivent faire. Maintenant, l'idée, quand tu rencontres une personne pareille, tu vas l'orienter. Non, tu peux faire mieux que ce que tu fais. Non, la peur que tu as là ne va pas te tuer. Tu peux aller au-delà de la peur. L'idée, c'est comme j'avais donné l'exemple, allow me to go a little bit deeper. J'avais donné l'exemple ici en français, en anglais, pardon. La vidéo que j'avais vue à propos de chiens, il y avait un groupe de chiens au niveau du Canada et il n'y avait pas de l'eau. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il y avait la neige, il n'y avait pas la place pour que tout le monde puisse boire de l'eau. Mais il y avait seulement une petite place pour le boss que je vais appeler. Et il ne voulait pas que les autres puissent venir boire de l'eau, comme il était boss, il intimidait les gens. Mais il y avait un petit garçon, un petit chien qui était là à côté. Il a eu l'idée de briser la glace, là où il y avait pas, parce que l'eau était en dessous et il n'y avait pas moyen de boire, mais le petit chien a brisé et tout le monde a vu ce qu'il faisait. Ils sont venus, ils ont commencé à briser et tous ont profité avec l'eau potable. Et le boss était laissé comme un vaurien. Personne ne lui faisait encore confiance parce qu'il n'était pas là pour les aider. Il était là pour le faire peur, les intimider. Mais l'idée, c'est quelqu'un qui est là pour aider quelqu'un à avancer jusqu'à son destin, à sa vision. Parce que nous avons tous nos visions, mais c'est la peur des fois qui nous arrête. Merci mon ami.
Let me take this opportunity. I know everybody is watching me. My fellow Ugandans, my fellow youth, my fellow brothers and sisters, please, everything is possible. You can never regret before you die. I know people, they have degrees, masters, and what, but they are looking for something to do. They are waiting for, they are applying for job opportunities. But you can create your own project. You can create it. You understand? Yeah. You can do something, because for me, I came from the foot of the mountain. You understand? Everything is possible. So, however much you have a degree, you have what? You will be keeping on looking for job. No jobs. But you can start with something small. Think what you can do. Everything you can do. You can start with something small. You have seen the way how for me I started. I think you saw the park, the small park, which I started with. Now check. Right now Uganda is proud of that park. But I thought that park was mine at the beginning. I thought, man, I've made this park. But the day when I realized it, that is the time when the community came together and said, from the community, that park is no longer for the community. At the beginning, it was mine. It jumped off from me. It went to the community. It jumped away from the community. It went for Nakawa. It jumped from Nakawa. So now it's for the whole Uganda.
Yes.
You understand?
Yeah.
But remember where I started from. Yeah. That's why I say, my fellow Ugandan, my fellow brothers and sisters, sit, think what you can do. It can expand at any time.
To be an engineer. When I joined my Form 5, my dad asked for a PCB math. Back then we used to do a long combination. And I changed the combination because I didn't want to do biology. I didn't want to do the biology. I wasn't interested in medicine. Yeah. But he talked to me. He didn't punish me. Later on, I changed back to the course. And then there I was, went to campus, went for a medical course, and I'm out here.
Okay.
Yes.
And Doctor, before we get into our second part, which is the management of change and development within self, which is what I'm basically taking you through, either in a business or a similar organization and at the nation level.
Right.
You trained as a medical doctor, and we see you now transiting to another area which is very interesting that we have not seen many people in Uganda. That's managing change.
Okay.
What would you describe change management in your understanding as is to many of our viewers?
How would I describe change management?
Yes.
Well, I would initially say, I talk something about change. Change is something inevitable and irreversible. Once change comes, you have to move. It either changes you or you change with the change.
Yes. What is that one thing that you want to leave us with on this program that we will remember you for and we can start practicing based on the leadership, change management and transformation we've talked about, but also from the, your experience as a CEO, employing over 60 people, and as well as teaching millions of people at the university?
I think, Eddie, I'm not going to spend a lot of time. Yes. I want to say that there's a saying that a single raindrop never thinks that it is responsible for the flood that we see in the valley. Okay. I want to encourage people that we all matter. We all have a responsibility to improve the quality of life we have as Ugandans, especially, but also as Africans. And that greed, corruption, praising illegitimacy will end up actually punishing ourselves. end up killing ourselves. We end up squandering the opportunities of the people that will come in future. We need to know that just like a single drop of rain contributes to the flood, we need to have a mindset that is going to be focused on contributing to a flood of positive transformation of our society. Start by appreciating that you need to change your values, be honest, work hard, don't cheat, don't take shortcuts, because when you do, if now somebody entered here and gave you $1 million, it confuses you and it gets you disorganized. But if you've earned it, then your internal environment prepares for it, and then you find you in a comfortable space. So as Ugandans and Africans, we need to choose to work hard, avoid shortcuts, take an organic path. It gets us there.
Eric Onassis on the beat. Sylvester Kabombo. Yeah. Amalala gakobe chigwo. Amalala gakobe chigwo. Enume ye chigwo. Yeah. Volume nyongere. Oba owamala. Yeah. Awamala. Volume nyongere muko. Oba owamala. Nedda yongera mu. Volume nyongere. Oba owamala. Yeah. Awamala. Volume nyongere muko. Oba owamala. Nedda yongera mu. Tula kalira ulize mbozi bulamu towalira byenkubulira passport nga chali wange walakira ebyo byolepuka bijja kulakira kotandisa agabozi kwaba basebekira okoze kyene nnyo enzijjo kuzibikira ojja kunakuwala kubalaba ku matikira babadde basebekira kati nga bakulembera n'akazindaalo nga batuyimbira vava ku malala temuli bibala bona gavirako ku ngalo emikwano gibalabala bulamu si butereevu busala ebigoli noyo noli ebizibu bitusimbira line ng'akasooli ozala ebika by'emmere bikulisa embooli nga weekwese bwazala wange balabira mu kamooli otya okusongamu uyo kapooli gwe twayogerako wamachati 8 cent oyo munyongere oba owamala volume nyongere muko oba owamala nedda yongeramu volume nyongere oba owamala awamala volume nyongere muko oba owamala tumenyera omwango Pulire moroka tonna jikuta olinda Yesu wanalidde okugimanyira leka bano batuuke nga banyirira lwaki obakuba ebizi oyagala batomera aga malala gasana kuluyira Sylvester ku ngoma rhymes gankwira I get the job done call me whatever you want to I hope to make you a person they look up to not to divide society into two input to there's nowhere you are going to mutuntu bulirira ne berubaruba tu bulabwe mutomatu kankusibirire tu sijozanyise kugayanga meketu weketu mugande witu wetereze mwatu volume nyongere oba owamala awamala volume nyongere muko oba owamala nedda yongera mu volume nyongere oba owamala awamala volume nyongere muko oba owamala nedda yongera mu amalala gakobe chigwo amalala gakobe chigwo enume ye chigwo
Every time you wake up in the morning, you want to find some inspiration. And there is life that you need to know what to do, when to do it, how to do it, and you know who to lead you to where you want to go. And of course, on the CEO Bench, we try to bring you those people who are doing it, those people who are going places, those who have started from somewhere and are somewhere and are going somewhere. The CEO Bench this week focuses on a lady who started a journey all the way from Naguru. In fact, the journey starts from the western part, the West Nile part of Uganda, straight to Naguru, and from Naguru to Entebbe, and now to the rest of the world, turning the wasted materials into something that you can carry and go with. What a story and what a journey. My guest this morning on the CEO Bench is the one and only Faith Aweko. Welcome to the show, Faith.
Thank you so much.
How are you today?
I'm very fine.
Good. So somebody sent me a comment and says, I want to see that lady on the show. On Facebook, she looks so aggressive and she looks too serious and she's so loud. I want to see, is she big, is she small, is she, is she masculine, is she feminist? But you're here, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
And we want to dive straight to the show today, Faith. You're on the CEO Bench. The CEO Bench exists to give a platform and a space for people to express themselves. We're looking at people who are doing something, people who are on a leadership journey, people who have done it, people who are either going to the top or already on the top and coming down, And we want to share that story with as many people as possible to give them inspiration. We want them to be inspired, encourage and transform. And that's the journey of leadership, change management, and transformation. So on the show today, you have been overwhelmingly nominated to come onto the show. We are not going to talk much about the health and fitness, although we'll get there. Some people said, you need to bring that lady onto the show. And others says, no, we want to know the story of how she's able to turn around her life to where we are right now. So the first question, we need to get to know you, Faith. Who is Faith Aweko?
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Faith Aweko. I am the founder and CEO of Reform Africa, a social business here in Uganda that upcycles plastic polythene waste bags, known as the Caveras. Because if we receive tourists who come to Uganda, most of them say Uganda is one of the lovely country because straight from the airport, people are already saying hi to you. So that also defines me as a person. I'm also very friendly with people. Yes.
Okay. Faith, I want to take a moment to just take us through your life. The journey of Faith Aweko from Nebi to Kampala. Nebi is found, for some of you who are watching the CEO Bench, West Nile part of Uganda, found in the western part of Uganda. It's about 400 kilometers from the capital city of Kampala, not so, towards Arua, and going straight to the border of South Sudan, and then, you exit and go to many places. And that's where Faith comes from. So, yes. The journey of Faith Aweko from Nebi, crossing that Nile, eating the fish, coming to Kampala and to Naguru.
Okay.
Let's have the chat here and we'll talk about it. Yes.
So I wasn't actually born in Nebi.
Yes.
Very unfortunate. Yeah. I was born in Naguru, Kampala. So usually, most times, from primary 1, 2, 3 up to 7, we used to go to the village almost like every December. So I was born in Naguru, go down, one of the really highly polluted areas in Uganda. But growing up, I grew up in an extended family. My parents loved a lot to have relatives at home. So we grew up a big family. So I grew up from Naguru, go down, went to Naguru Katali Primary School, then moved on to City High for my senior 1 and senior 2. My dad values a lot of education, and he tries so much for us. He tried a lot for us to really have a decent and good education. So he pushed us to go to Chambogo College. So I went to Chambogo College from my senior 3 to senior 5, then joined Chambogo University.
Okay. So it is okay for us to say this is the bad girl from Naguru. We have a bad man from Kamata. So you are the bad girl from Naguru, so to speak. All right, and let's talk about your life in Naguru. Naguru is a suburb of Kampala. It's a contrast of the epitome of class within the city of Kampala, in that hill. And when you come down to where you say you grew up from, it's a different contrast altogether. It means that the rich people who live on the top of the hill can release whatever waste they release from up there and it ends up down here. And let's talk about the experience of growing up in that area and, you know, staying in an extended family as a young girl. How was that going for you? How was it generally?
So as a kid, you don't really get to think much because, you know, you just have food, you have families, you have friends, and you have the community. So there is really not much that you think of. So growing up, I also realized that there's a lot of flooding in the areas that, I think it was around senior P5, P6 there, when really every time it would rain, we would spend time in the nights draining water out of our houses because of the flooding. And also, if it's like morning, going to school was hard. So I thought, okay, maybe it's because we are staying in the slum. That was now in P7. But when I was in senior 4, I realized, you know, this is because of the actually poor waste management in the area. Because my home and the neighborhood, when it rains, is when we think of disposing of waste. But also in Uganda generally, organic and inorganic waste is mixed together. And most times the organic waste is heavier, so it is even hard because KCCA could tell people to bring waste at the marketplaces. So carrying all that waste was hard. So every home keeps the waste at the backyard, and then when it rains, you know, the kids run and pour it in the trenches. So that was also something fun to do as a kid because it's raining and that is what most people think of, you know. Go and pick rubbish. That is what people say. So
which basically means go and pick the kasasiro and throw it so that rain can wash it away. Typical.
That was what we thought. But also, aside from that, I was an active kid. From as a young kid, I really loved a lot of sports, and I also loved art, design. But when I joined secondary, it was a challenge. Like I said, my dad values education, so he only wanted us to concentrate on school. You know, school, there's nothing like taking part in MDD or in sports because he thought that was taking away your time for reading books. But regardless, I would participate. I have a number of certificates that I would win. But during holidays, that means I would not take part in activities. So I only had to wait until school is there. Yes, so when I was in my senior 3, when we were choosing subjects to do, I still chose art. And yeah, so I chose art and I passed highly with a distinction in my UNEB. But senior 5, I opted for mathematics, economics, geography, and art.
So you went back where your dad wanted you to be?
No. So when he realized I was doing art, he's like, no, there's no way I'm going to pay
the school fees.
Yes, if you're doing art, like art has no weight. So he told me to change. So I had to change to entrepreneurship. So I did make and I'm like, okay, maybe at university I'll do art. So I realized at the university you have to have done art in your A level to pursue art. So I went in for statistics.
Wow.
So I did statistics until my 3rd year. And then I went, so during 3rd year, we had to go for internship. But also to take you back, during my senior 6 holidays, me and my sister decided maybe we would start doing jewelry and some fashion because it's something that I wanted. So I began recycling jewelry from anything that I really find around. So I made necklaces, earrings. I used to go to Owino, buy t-shirts, jumpers, punch them with chitenji like that and sell. So when I joined the university, I was doing it alongside school. So I got my internship in Gulu at the local government. So that is when things really changed. I felt like I had I had moved away from something that I really passionately loved, because there I was just working. While doing data entry. And then, you know, I think it was just 2 or 3 weeks. I just told my sister, I don't think I am going to continue with this. I don't think I am going to continue with the internship, or I don't think this is something that I really want to do. She's like, wow, that is tough. So, yes, so...
And I just want to break that, you know, just interject a bit. So when that was going on, what was the relationship like between you and your dad? Because it is evident that your father wanted you to be something else and you wanted to be something else, so there's a conflict in there. Were you talking, were you resolving these things? You know, what was going on?
No. So my dad also is not a kind of person that, you know, you can get to sit. We grew up fearing him a lot. So most times he would do, you would know, for as long as you're in school, or for as long as you've gone to church, for as long as you're at home, you know, he's good. He's also naturally a quiet person. You find him at home reading the Bible, you know, he doesn't want noise. So if there's any slight noise, you're dead. So most times there was that distance. There was that distance. So when I was, so when I told my elder sister that I'm going to drop out, she's like, "You're dead." I told her yes. So so I come back at home. And I tell them I'm done with my internship. They're like, "Wow, that was quick." So my supervisor came, and it's done. I didn't tell him that I dropped out, and I'm also not going to continue with the remaining semester. So so after that, I continued doing my jewelry business, knowing that in my head I'm not going to graduate anyways. So so towards, I think, 2 months to the graduation, I called my sister. You know, I'm staying at home with my dad, but I called my sister who is in Gulu. You know what? You tell dad, I am not going to graduate. So so he's aware. So she tells him. So ask her, did you tell him? Then she says yes. I told her, but he's not saying anything to me at all. She's like, okay.
He's quiet. And you're not yet dead, meanwhile, eh?
No.
You're not yet dead.
Not yet. So every day I was anxious, you know,
waiting.
Maybe he's going to slap him, maybe he's going to do anything. But I tried so much to avoid him. If I'm like moving out, or if I hear he's moving out, you know, I get back to the bedroom, wait for him to move out. Then I also do the same. But having dinner like together as a family, he didn't say anything. So one day he wakes up furious and it's like, you know, I'm a disappointment. I dropped out of the university, and look at what I'm doing and all those things. It's useless things. So so he told me I need to, you know, I need to either go back to the university and finish school. But him telling me to go back to the university and finish school, he told my sister to tell me so, because also me at home, I'm also a quiet person. So my sister told me, he said you should go back to school. So I told her, that is not possible. That is not something that I really want to do. So so we kept on having that conversation. He calls my sister calls me, you know.
But
like
you're
that.
home and with
yes,
him,
I'm home with him. Because I call her. Okay, that is still the same now. You know, sometimes I call my sister, it's like call Faith, and then I call him instead. So these days I don't call my sister, but I call him instead. And so after that, so when it was a challenge, he said he didn't want to be with school dropouts. So I should leave. So
how old were you at that point?
How old was I? Do I remember the age?
Third year must be about...
But that was in 2016. It was in 2016. I think I was 21.
It must be about 21, 22, because you're about getting out of school, university. Yes.
So I move out. I continue with what I'm doing with the jewelry and recycling, and it was working out well. And then a friend sent me a message and said maybe I should learn more knowledge about entrepreneurship, so I can push my business to a bigger business. So so that's how in 2017, I joined the Social Innovation Academy.
And that's how the story of
Yes.
this entire Transform Africa started.
Yes.
Faith, I want you to hold it right there. We're going to take a coffee break. This is the CEO Bench. We're talking to the newest CEO, voted, even with the vote from the International Monetary Fund, IMF, somebody sent 2 nominations from there. We don't know why. And many people on Facebook. So if you voted Faith Aweko, we want to hear from you. What are the comments, kisses and disses? Is she doing a good job? You wanted to know the story. The CEO Bench exists to bring you this kind of stories so that you can learn a thing or two about the person and also how you can change your life going forward. We're going to go for a break, and when we come back, the interview with Faith Aweko will continue after this break.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SEAL Uganda on number 0772443085 or check our website www.sealuganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
Welcome back from the break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and my guest this morning in the studio is Faith Aweko, who is the founder and the CEO of Transform Africa?
Reform Africa.
Reform Africa. Reform Africa. And Faith, let's pick it up from where we were. You were telling us about the personal journey of growing up in the Kampala suburb and the foray into, you know, Reform Africa. So you have communicated to your father, and the communication bit and the dynamics are very interesting of how you guys were communicating to your sister, to this and that. So let me ask you a question. That's pretty much about your growing up. And but I want to know from you, Faith, growing up, did you ever, what did you ever want to be in life? I'll take you back a little bit.
Okay.
As a child, yeah.
So growing up, I've always wanted to be a fashion designer. Yes.
And are Are you one now?
Yes.
So let's talk about what excites you as Faith Aweko into this journey where you are right now.
Okay, so what excites me is actually the moment I began doing social entrepreneurship, because that is something that I did not know about, is the moment I realized fulfillment in life, because knowing that the livelihood mostly of the people you work with, because we work with women in the communities who collect plastics, who sort, wash, and also we work with marginalized youths who we employ as tailors. So knowing that the livelihood of them depends entirely on you or on Reform Africa, that is where, that is what really gives me fulfillment.
Yes. And Faith, talking of that, while we're still on the personal questions of it, by the way, I just want to ask you a question about 2021. What is the best thing so far that's happened to you in 2021?
So in 2021, there are two things that happened to me. Focusing more on knowing myself, personal growth, and also really focusing on my fitness journey. I began it late last year, but this year, in January, I set up my fitness goals and realized I have to read a lot about fitness to better my knowledge, so I'm able to really transform into the person that I want to be.
Okay. And that said, most important thing that the people who nominated you would want to know is, you know, before I take you to the leadership journey, is the story of where you ended up joining the, you know, the social entrepreneurship class and stuff like that, and not going back to university. If you pick it up from there, what was the experience like when your father finally said, okay, I think I need to give up on this one, and then you ended up doing this other course where you went for? What was the experience like, and what did your father say to you?
So when I joined the Social Innovation Academy, I actually did not tell anyone except my siblings. I told them about what I'm doing currently with recycling, and how I've moved away from just making jewelry to now recycling plastic polythene. So they did not understand until I sent them samples, and they were excited. So after a while, I thought probably I would go home and show my dad what I do. But it wasn't a positive experience from him, because he really still, you know, even after that, he told my sister, do you think she still has a chance to go back to school? Like, yes. So I thought maybe I disappointed him, but by then also I was still starting up the company, but I had hopes that it will be great. So I remember the first flight I took to represent from Africa. I did not tell them because I thought anyway, you know, but my stepmom was very furious. You know, she was angry. She's like, how would you not tell us?
So that we can come to the airport and
how would you not tell
walk
us?
To the airport to see you go, because
how would you not tell us? So I told her I thought probably you guys were not happy with what I do. And then she told me, you know, I'll always support you in any way. So there was also a time that my dad came to actually see what we do. Yes, he came with my sister, and he was very impressed. And also, when they get to see me on TV, on the newspaper, you know, they're the first people who call me that we saw you on the newspaper. Or if I tell them the show is on TV, they keep calling me, what time is it again? We cannot see it, what time is it? So that really says that they are getting to understand what I do, but with also being able to help them financially, because at first my dad thought, you know, this is just a small business that you would not be able to earn enough income, a living. So being able to see that I am sustaining myself, and I'm also able to sustain them as a family. So yeah, but still in his head, he still wants me to have a formal kind of education. Yes.
Wow. So let me just take you back, Faith. I think this is a very interesting, you know, moment we're having on the CEO Bench today. And of course, I want to talk to all of you guys who are watching the CEO Bench from all across the world. I think this is a very fascinating story, personal journey so far being told by the person walking the journey, Faith Aweko. who is the founder and the CEO of Reform Africa, recycling bags from the waste materials, things we throw away. And I think, let me tell you, Faith will be given an award for helping Kampala, because we really have quite a number of those in the city of Kampala. So we want to hear from you. If you have a comment, drop it up there, and we'll definitely be able to read it. And Faith, I'm very much interested in taking you back before we go into the leadership part of the show. Your dad told you to, get out of the home, and you go. So, I mean, how were you able to move out, and how long were you out of home without talking? We hear this story a lot from different people, and sometimes we don't understand how to go about it, and the reconciliation part of it, which we're definitely going to go into, the leadership, change management and transformation, and how you're able to lead yourself out of that, and the things that happen. But I want to know specifically, and of course to all our viewers all across the world, I mean, somebody could be going through the same thing and they don't know how to go about it. And perhaps their self-esteem is being put down very much, because the world says you must have a formal education, you don't have a formal education, but formal education often tends to kill creativity. And when a creative person is boxed, like in your case, you are able to get out, but there are people who are not able to get out of that situation. So I want to know this experience, that managing the relationship between your father, going out, home, what were you doing, where did you get the money, what happened?
So it wasn't actually an easy experience.
Yeah.
Because my dad is also a kind of person who tells you, I need you to leave home abruptly. There's no plan, and he can give you either a week or even a few days to just leave.
Wow.
So I realized once you also immerse in the pain, you would be miserable. So I realized that is something that has happened, so I have to move on. I had a few savings, but my siblings, my elder sister was there for me because I didn't have anything. So she sent me saucepans, she sent me a mattress, she sent me a blanket, she sent me almost everything I needed to start. And then she also gave me some money. And my brothers also did the same, and I also had my savings. So once I was able to pay for 3 months rent, so from day one, I started to work hard to really be able to, if it's like the 4th month, I have already the money for the rent.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's not very easy for girls, and I'm sure there's a girl outside there. I mean, such situations are usually for boys. We're good. We can go out, we can bustle thing up, and do whatever we want to do. Boys are usually, but for girls, they're not quite a very easy journey.
Yeah.
So if you would just dive into it. As a girl, how did that make you feel?
So I had, I was renting next to my friend, so I had friends around who I would talk to, who would be there for me. But also I just realized, I have to focus my life, I have to focus on business. So I was very, I think that is also how my Facebook grew, because I tried as much as possible to sell things because I was only selling actually on Facebook, to sell my products on Facebook. So being busy also kept me going to not really get to think a lot. But I'd also kind of like, after my sister sent me things, I also kind of cut off, family and communication. So I just, yes, because most times my sister's like, are you fine? Do you have money? So that was making me miserable most of the time. So I just cut communication, and I just focus on working, because that is what kept me going.
Wow. Well, you're hearing the story coming from Faith Aweko right there, the story of personal resilience, if we would say it, and persistence and consistency in the process to be able to build, Reform Africa. We're going to take another break, and when we come back, Faith and I are going to dive straight into leadership. Leadership is what everyone needs to go. And before you know it, if you don't have leadership, you are dead. If you have leadership, you succeed. We want to know from there whether Faith was being a leader, self-leadership, what are the tricks and intricate, stuff like that she was able to go through to get her to where she is, and to get her to where she had to, sort of like move out from that situation going forward. And this is what the CEO Bench is here for. Stay right there. We'll be right back after the break.
there's a lot that is involved in the civil society organizations. There's leadership in itself, there's management of processes, there's management of the human resource, there's fundraising, there's research. It's a lot that needs to be done, and many times there is a feeling that is too much for a woman because she has other traditional roles that she needs to do as at home. So many times as people are looking for leaders in civil society organizations, the priority is usually given to men because of our society that feels that men have the time, men have the capacity, men have the ability to lead, to take this organization to greater heights. And women, there will be a problem. They will have to go to maternity for maternity leave. They have issues. They are too emotional. They have not done the courses that are good enough for leaders. They don't have time to to go for extra learning or to go for work outside Kampala because they have to tend to their children. So there's too much that society has tied around a woman, and it's true. We have these traditional roles that we have to do, but does not in any way mean that women cannot lead in these spaces.
Welcome back. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela. In the studio is Faith Aweko, a lady who sprang out of Naguru to the rest of the world, recycling, waste, solid waste, not solid waste, plastic waste, and what we called kavera in Uganda, and making very beautiful stuff out of it, and selling us for use to make our livelihood really better. Faith, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Let's go straight to the leadership journey. Leadership requires that the person is aware of who they are. And self-leadership is key to come out from the situation where you are, where you're trying to say, Dad, I want to do this, and Dad is saying, no, daughter, I want to do this, and there's a crossroad. And we want to know from that point of view. Of course, self-leadership, you can see it, that you are doing a great thing by leading yourself, and you're pointing yourself and giving yourself meaning. I want to ask you a very simple question here on leadership. On the leadership, what is your understanding of leadership and the definition of leadership by Faith Aweko?
Okay, so leadership to me is being able to lead a group of people from one place to another, mostly like for me to make sure people are better versions of themselves from the time that I've met them and throughout the time that they are with me until the time that they are out of my reach.
Okay. On that note, Faith, who is a leader to you? Are you one? And if yes, what type of leader are you, given your journey?
So I am a leader because I lead a group of about 20 people. I'm one of like a coach kind of leader because I try as much as possible to see that people learn their potentials and they be the best versions of themselves, because sometimes we get women who you see potential in them, or also women who come like they really want to work as tailors, but then you realize they would actually be better in this kind of field or in fusing the plastics. Yeah. Also, we find people who have no skill at all, but they come, hey, I want to wash plastics, but you tell them it will actually be better if you come and learn this kind of skill. And from there and then, we find that most people who are fusing our plastic bags also learn to tailor, and then now they are supervising other women. So that is a kind of leadership that that I portray, so that people can move from, you know, from the level they are to become better and better in what they do, or even get to do more.
Okay, so as a leadership coach, by definition, you are actually a transformative leader. A transformative leader is one who, you know, sees what it shall be like and works up to what is that needs to be done to get there. But also, transformative leadership approach focuses first on the human being as a person, which we can see in you, and then with the view of turning followers into leaders, and of course impacting their lives and making sure that they actually have something meaningful. So that's very good. So you're a transformative leader by nature, from what we see. That's a good one. So Faith, on that note, what is your understanding of leadership at the personal level, and of course at the family level, given the situation you've gone through with your dad and your family, at the society level, and of course as a corporation? Now you're building a corporation, you're building an organization that is reaching out to many people. It's already 20 people you're employing, meaning that those 20 people have got people who depend on them. So when we multiply the 20 people individually, the chain are reaching far more people than the 20 that you have at the moment. But we want to understand from you, what is your understanding of leadership? Personal leadership, you know, self-leadership, I mean family leadership, society leadership, and of course, you know, the organization.
Okay, so for me, it's thinking now less of yourself and thinking more of others, you know, to grow them, but also know that the decisions that we make don't only affect me as a person, but they're going to affect the organization as a whole. And also putting in accountability for every action that we make. You know, it's going to affect me, yes, but it's also going to affect generally the company, like for example Reform Africa. So if there is any decision that I'm making, it doesn't have to be based on individual interests, but it has to be made based on my co-founders, based on our workers, based on their children. Like for example, if you are going to lay off some workers because of COVID, you know, do we just think of laying off the workers, or do we also think of their families or their children who have been dependent, you know, on their mother, like for the financial support in the family? Yes.
Wow. Well, we want to know from you, Faith, and of course not just you, Faith, but also everyone who is online. I mean, you've had Faith Aweko. I mean, that last part of the leadership question actually just blows somebody up. And there are 5 different types of leadership approaches that we have in the world, and I want you to vote for Faith Aweko right now and tell us which one is she using best and why, given the explanation on this part of the leadership approach and the leadership question. One, there's what we called, you know, autocratic leadership approach. Is she an autocratic leadership approach? Do we understand what autocratic leadership approach is? And number 2 would be a transactional leader or a transactional leadership approach. Okay, is Faith Aweko a transactional leadership approach? Is she, you know, a autocratic? And number 3 would be a democratic leader or leadership approach. Is she democratic? Is she applying the same approach to her leadership skills? And number 4 would be what we called a charismatic leader. Charismatic leader. Is she a charismatic leader? And if yes, does she use the, you know, the charismatic leadership approach in her day-to-day running of the business or leading herself? And number 5 would be transformative leadership approach. Is she a transformative leadership approach? Is that your view of her? We want to know from you. Please write us a comment down there, and of course make sure that we'll get back to you. I want to also inform all of you that the CEO Bench is doing a very special thing for the first time to Faith Aweko. That this particular interview is actually streaming on our own pages. One, on our Facebook page. She's live on our Facebook page, courtesy of House of Talent, and of course streaming on the Reform Africa page. So please go there, share far and wide, and support the girl child, as we always say it. I know all the the women, all the people who support the women, the girls' rights are going to come and, you know, and say, you saw what they were doing when Kadaga was standing. Yes. So, but Faith, let's go back to the change management as part of our show. I'll ask you a question before we take another coffee break, just to go through this. So the CEO Bench is about leadership, change management, and transformation. Now, you had a journey before getting to where you are right now, and that journey requires you to go through as a child, you know, go through school, understanding yourself. Like you said, when we were young, there was mwala, you know, how do you call it? That's what they call it. That waste stuff in the trenches everywhere, water would flood, come, you will clean. As a child, you didn't understand. But when you reach a certain point, you began to understand what it was. Now, senior 4, you said, I started to see that actually there's a problem here. We're just not being organized. KCC say, we take this, for us, we wait for it when the rain comes. And then later on, when you get to university, says, you know what? I'm certainly not going to do statistics and finish. Whoever want to drop out of a statistics class? You could have been at the statistics house. You could have been a minister of finance. Your father had big dreams of seeing you as a minister in the government of Uganda, or working for you and working for. Now it makes sense when somebody from IMF votes you to come on the CEO bench to hear your story. Because I was trying to make waste management and IMF, this money and this, they didn't make sense. So perhaps it does begin to make sense. But so we're going to go into that change management. What is your understanding of change management?
So change is moving away from the position that you are right now to something else, like maybe also shifting from one place to another, or yeah. So change is something broad, but moving from where you are right now into a better position.
Wow, that's your understanding of change. Okay, I want to just say this, Faith. If that is your understanding of change, how were you able to communicate the change that happened in your life, both from your, you know, sister before you decided that you're going to turn around your life? Did you think through the process? What were your strategies to communicate that, you know, guys, I'm stopping here, I'm not going to continue with this? Because there's also another person who is going through the same thing, who doesn't know how to go about it, and they want to learn from you. Number 2, we want you to tell us, how were you able to manage that change between you and your father and your mother and your siblings? That's managing change. That's not a very simple change. You said that it's very difficult to deal with. How were you able to do so?
So as humans, I think change is inevitable because life gives us change in many ways. Also, like during this COVID, people have had to change how they lived their lives to adapt to the situation. So most times also when change is calling us and we don't change, we remain in more of like a pain because we are not trying to adapt to the new life that is calling us. So most times also, like for me, when things weren't working out the way that I wanted them to be, and I wasn't being who I was then. So I realized I have to change in order to be the person that I'm destined to be. Yeah. But so managing it with with myself wasn't also easy because I also did not actually know what I was doing. I did not know who I was, or if actually what I'm doing is wrong or right. Because also now people are used to you in this kind of way. So if you're changing, mostly like the friends at the university, you know, it was different because most of them are like, you should not really drop out of school. Business is not easy. So I had to also try and cut them because they knew me. They were not serving the new person that I was becoming. Yeah. And also they were not trying to understand me. Yeah. So also in change, I realized I have to cut some people off so I can concentrate to being the better version of myself, and also be able to really understand the kind of person that I am becoming. Maybe it's also going to need new environment. Like when I went to Sina, I realized, you know, this is where I am meant to be. And the community around were the same people, refugees, former street children who are trying to transform their lives. So also that community helped me a lot to understand who I was as a person, because also as a leader, if you don't know yourself, then it is hard to really lead other people. So that being able to surround myself with the people who are going through the same life changes or experiences as me made me actually find purpose in life. Yeah.
Wow. Faith, change always can be difficult, and people can find it as something very challenging in life, and in most cases some people can take a wrong turn, and sometimes realizing that you need to make a certain decision that is good, that is not going to affect many people, are also quite a challenge. I want you to dig deep a little bit more onto that part when you had to make a decision to cut your family off, and for some time, how long, why did you arrive at that position of, I need myself, I need to cut these people off, and how were you going to get back to them?
Like I was in a confusion state, and the more people call, the more people talk to you, the more advices you get, you just, you know, like it confuses you more and more. So I wanted to just concentrate, you know, but also with that, I was praying every day to God to really redirect my life and to really, so with prayer, that helped me a lot, but being in the environment, in the right environment that I was in PG, also gave me a clue that, you know, I am getting to where I want to be, or I am right here in this situation or in this place because I am meant to be. So when I cut off my family, after that, so I remember one time my my stepmom called me, and she's like, it's better, you know, you start coming home and tell me what you are doing and all those things. So yeah, so the first time I came home was when my sister was going to have an ekuchala.
Yes, how long was that? What was the period before you could return home?
I left home in 2016,
yeah,
and I came back home in 2017.
Those were 2 years. 1 year?
1 year.
Yeah, 1 year, 1 year, yes.
Yes, it was after a year.
Yeah.
Yes, so...
Of no talk, nothing,
yes,
just quiet.
Yes, but when I came home also, it was I was a transformed person, because my stepmom told me, okay, so I really think you've changed a lot, and that was something that I wanted to hear,
yes,
you know, from people. And when I met a few friends from campus, it was still the same. But when they're also seeing what I was doing, they were happy with what I'm doing. So that also gave me hopes.
Okay. You know, it's something that we need to talk about here, Faith. I see the great work, but I want to just take you back to that change a little bit. I'm your friend, and you're going to have to tell me that you're making a decision not to talk to me. How do you communicate to Eddie Okila and say, you know what, Eddie, I just need myself, I need to be me, I need to do me, and first give me some time. How do you communicate to Eddie Okila or to your friends or to you, and how do they take that information in? Do they take it in good light? I mean, what was their, how were you able to communicate that? Because I need the intricate details of that communication, because it's key to helping somebody who is out there move from one point to the next. Yes. How were you able to tell your friend like Eddie Okila that, hey, you know what, I need some space? Because it's not easy to communicate that I'm changing, and then you come back when you're totally changed and everybody's saying, hey, I think you've changed. Did you communicate? How were you able to communicate that very complicated communication of, please give me some time? Some people will say, you feel you're proud. Some people will say, I think she's depressed. Some people will say, I think she's running cuckoos, she's running mad because you're withdrawing from people. How do you communicate that kind of change? How were you able to communicate it in your case?
Okay, so with my friends, it was easier by just doing by just cutting myself off of what we used to do, maybe hang out with friends. You know, every time they call you, you tell them you would not like. So many times if friends call you many times and you're turning them down, they also just ghost out on you. So that was easier for them. But others also automatically, since I am not, you know, pursuing statistics, if I am not like on the journey into the professional world,
Yeah.
they just cut you off.
Yes.
So with family, it was a little bit difficult, mostly with my siblings, because we were united, but I felt like I needed to just be me. So I just told them I just need time off. Or most times, you know, I kind of also changed my phone number and I would call them.
Yeah.
Like my sister, my younger sister, I told her, let me be the one to be calling you. Just don't call me, let me be the one to be calling you. But that also meant I wasn't going to call her.
Yeah.
Yes. So yes.
Yes, yeah.
But I just also communicated to them the situation that I'm in. Me, myself, I also do not understand. But I am very sure that, you know, things are going to get clear, you know, day by day. Yeah, because most times you also do not identify yourself at that certain period of time.
Yeah.
And you don't know if you need therapy or if you're running crazy or so yeah. So
Yes.
most times it's difficult, but with time, when you're on that personal growth journey, then you're able to identify and get to know yourself better. And then when you come out as the better version of yourself, then people would actually see. I think it was actually great that, you know, that she went to Mpiji. It was great that she took on this journey because the faith that we used to know wasn't actually serving her purpose anyways. Yeah.
Wow. Well, we're talking about change management on the CEO bench, and my guest this morning, or my guest this afternoon, or this night, or this evening, depending on which part of the world you are, is Faith Aweko. She's a girl who started out as, you know, thinking that I'm a creative mind, and so I need to be in a creative space. But yet, you know, the world says, no, 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 no. You are supposed to be statisticians, that's how they call them. Yes, and go into statistics, study statistics. From that point, the foray into where she is right now, which is not a very simple journey. We want to hear from you. Do you have an experience like Faith? Are you learning something from Faith? The CEO bench exists to bring you intellectual rigor, fusing it with the common challenges of life every single day, so that you can be a person of you know, great repute, moving up. The challenges that you face will take you forward. So the CEO bench is here to bring you such stories, and today Faith Aweko is the person on the bench. Faith, we're going to take a break, but before we go for that break, I want to ask you one more question. Many people who go through what you're going through as CEOs and going forward, some people end up in drugs, others end up, you know, using substance, abusing substance, and so many things. Would you just share quickly how were you able to safeguard yourself away from it? Others have ended up into, you know, for girls, the old trade, as we say in the holy books. I'm sure you know the trade I'm talking about. Some have gone into that road and ended up in prostitution, and some people have taken advantage of them as girls. We hear some horrendous stories when something like that happened to girls. But here you are, and the story seems to be different. Were you able to keep yourself away from all of these troubles that were competing for your mind, and yet still, you know, steer clear?